Hello my friends, and welcome or welcome back to my channel. I wanted to come on today and do a pick a card. I've been setting up for this pick a card reading all week, and I was just waiting for my intuition to tell me it was the right time to do it, and today is the right time to do it. So we're going to be looking at your future love, and originally I was going to do like who your future person is, but just as I was setting up for this reading, my guides told me to do what your your future love, but my guides also told me to include you in this. So we're not only going to be looking at who your future person is, but also you, like how you are showing up in this dynamic and what your relationship will be like. I can't promise that, this is going to necessarily be someone new. It depends, like I'll have to wait until we get into the energy and get into the piles. But this could sound like someone you already know, or it could sound someone returning, and I'll try my best to decipher those messages from spirit. So just, use your discernment and listen to your intuition. Maybe ask for a sign, a specific sign to know if it's your pile. And yeah, let's just jump right in. So for pile number 1, we have this amethyst heart. For pile number 2, we have this piece of flower agate. And for pile number 3, we have this piece of ocean jasper. So if you need a moment to sit with the energy, feel free to pause the video here and I will see you at your pile. Hello pile 1, and welcome to your reading. If you chose pile 1 and this amethyst heart, this is going to be your reading all about your future connection. And already you're making me laugh. Maybe you have a sense of humor, because I was laughing. I had a little funny moment when I was pulling your cards. So I'll get into that. But it made my morning. It really did make my morning. It made me laugh. So maybe you have a really good sense of humor, or maybe your person does. I don't know. So we're going to be looking at who your future person is. And like I said in the intro, originally I was just going to do like, who is your future person? But at the last moment, Spirit wanted me to get cards for you as well, possibly to give you a better indication of the dynamic between you, and maybe if you know this person or not. For some of you, I feel like if you pick this pile, you could have been hoping that it was someone new. And again, it made me laugh. And I'll get back to that. I'm going to be honest. I don't think this is someone new for a lot of you. I think this is someone that you know or have known in the past. And if, we have free will. There are multiple timelines. Like, I feel called to tell you this, but we have multiple timelines available to us. We have free will. If you don't want this timeline, you do not have to choose it. You can pick another pile. But I definitely feel for pile 1 that this is someone that you've had experience with in the past. And I was already suspicious of that based on the first card here. So I'm going to start with the first card, actually. And we have the shaman. So I did feel, as soon as I pulled this card, the shaman, I felt like this is someone that you already knew, because the shaman does talk about a lot of healing and a long process of healing, or process, however you pronounce it. And one of the things that I am called to about this card is this hand reaching out. So this could have been a connection that you kept trying to, maybe you kept trying to make it work. Maybe you kept reaching for it, but something wasn't working, or there was some sort of blockage. I'm also feeling called to this diamond, which I like how that's like the cover of this card. But it makes me think of shadows, and how when we explore our shadows and we befriend our shadows and we give them nurturing and care, it reveals the diamond within. And I feel like because of this person, I don't even want to say because of this person, because I almost don't want to give this person credit because you did it. But I feel like because of this connection or what went on in this connection or with this person in the past, it allowed you to really awaken and to do the shadow work you needed to do and to shed, you know, I see these skulls here, so it feels like there's a lot that you learned from this connection about yourself, and maybe like most of it was in separation, I'm hearing. I definitely feel like because of this person, you have completely changed and transformed. Maybe you're even thinking about being, or you are some sort of healer with this shaman card. The shaman card, again, as soon as this shaman card came out, I had an inkling. I had an inkling that you might know this person, and I'll explain why, if I can find it. I should be using the table of contents. You know what? The fact that something I always say when I start doing this is I always say, I've learned my lesson. I know I need to look in the table of contents, and look at me, like looking through this book like this. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? I'm going to have to go to the table of contents. Nope, I found it. But listen, there's a message in that because I just said, I've learned my lesson. I know I need to go into the table of contents instead of like going like this and flipping through the book trying to find the page. And I think that you did learn a lot of lessons from this connection, even though maybe some of them you had to repeat over and over and over again before you learned them. I do feel like this was someone that helped you kind of step into your power, even if whatever your dynamic was in the past. Like I said, I feel like you know this person. Now, it says when in the year 93 could be symbolic, or the numbers 93, so March 9th or September 3rd. But it says fearless student and practitioner, and I'm not seeing this as your person. I'm almost seeing this as you, like you have been fearless when it comes to learning about yourself. I'm seeing you as like a student of life. Maybe that resonates for you, like maybe you or your person is a student or a practitioner of some sort. But I feel like you've learned a lot from what did or didn't happen with this person. And I have to wait until I get this card to tell you what happened during the intro during the card pull that made me laugh, but we'll get to it. Again, I feel like for some of you who chose this pile, you were really hoping that it was going to be someone new, but it does look like someone from your past. I am looking at the dark attributes of this card, and it says, and I think this is your person, if I'm being honest, not in the future. I don't think that'll be their future energy, but we'll check. But this could have been someone who made a lot of promises they couldn't keep, and you could have kept like trying to make it work or extending your hand or accepting their offers, and they could have just like made a promise and then not followed through, or promised that they would be better and then they just kept showing up the same. It also says blames, hurts self and others. And again, that shadow attribute of this card really speaks to who this is that's coming up in your future energy. And again, I don't believe in my heart of hearts, Spirit is telling me they wouldn't be giving me this message if this person was going to come back in the same old way, making promises they couldn't keep, blaming you, hurting themselves and others. I do feel like you and this person had a lot of shadows that you needed to work through before you could come into union, if that makes sense. And I'm already seeing it that for some of you, you could resonate as counterparts with this pile because it feels very like divine counterpart energy where I'm seeing you as the divine feminine who is meant to really step into your power, step into your spirituality, possibly even lead others, while this person was meant to work on their shadows. Anything, you know, that wasn't aligned with them was supposed to fall away, was supposed to be shed like this snakeskin. So that's the first thing that I'm hearing. This also talks about healing of the self. So I feel like this was a connection that was possibly you were meant to come together, and then you were meant to separate to heal both of yourselves in separation. And I don't want to say too much before I get to the other cards, so I won't do that. You could also have a psychic connection with this person. So you could feel a telepathic connection with this person. And what I mean by that is maybe you always feel their energy, or maybe, you know, you feel them sending you messages or speaking to you in your head, or you have dreams about them. And I think that goes both ways here. I think they experience that as well. I'm also really interesting is I'm getting this message about this diamond is reminding me of, like, on some decks, not all of them, but specifically like that Life is Like a Game Board tarot, the Empress is a diamond ring. And I'm hearing that true gem, I have a card that says true gem, a connection, you know, a connection worth saving. And I feel like this person sees you as a true gem and someone who is worth really like digging deep into their shadows to heal themselves so that they could be with you. I think you're a little bit magical. Can I just say that? And also this little golden orb here is reminding me of the orb you sometimes see in cards. You see the Emperor holding like a golden orb. So it's really giving me like Empress, Emperor energy. And again, there's something about this reaching, like you could have, I feel like you tried to come into union with this person, or you tried to make it work. But I think that in order to come into union with this person, you both need to be like this Empress and Emperor, if that makes sense. You could live at a distance from this person as well. Take that as it resonates. But yeah, again, this card talks about healing thyself. So I do feel, you know, we're talking about your future love, right? So this card is an indication that you and this person couldn't come together until you healed yourselves. And maybe you tried to help heal this person, but they needed to do it on their own. You know, you can't convince or force anyone to heal. They need to take that step. They think of the Fool card, right? They need to take the leap off that edge themselves. I know we want to push them. I know we want to like drag them in with us, but sometimes we can't. We have to let them make that leap themselves. Already we're like, this is already intense for pile one. So let's get into your energy. And the more cards I pulled, the more, you know, the more this made sense. So something else this card talks about is studying your own darkness. So I feel like to come into union, you both had to study your own darkness, and heal. But I feel like I've already said that. So let's keep going. I'm gonna do the cards the order that I pulled them, which I think I'm gonna do your side and their side, like how I pull, exactly how I pulled these cards. So first I pulled this card, and then I pulled each of you an animal card. So we'll do animal cards next. So for your side, we have the unicorn, which I love. The other thing I was seeing when I was shuffling is I kept seeing spiritual cards. I saw the dragon, which is a spiritual card. I saw the golden egg, which is another spiritual card. And then the unicorn came out for you, which was so perfect. So let's look at the unicorn. So I feel like you could be like I feel like this person sees you as a unicorn. And what I mean by that is it's almost like you were too good to be true. When I was a photographer and I used to do newborn photography, newborn photographers would call, there was such a thing as a unicorn baby. And a unicorn baby was like a newborn, like newborn sessions. I don't know why I'm talking about photography. Maybe your person or you is into photography. But newborn sessions, like I know when you see them online, the babies are sleeping and it looks so easy, but newborn sessions are anything but. To get a baby to be in that energy of just complete relaxation for a photo shoot like that, because they're supposed to be asleep for them, it takes a lot of patience and a lot of like you really need to cooperate with the baby and you really need to let the baby lead the way. I don't know why I'm talking about this, but I have a point. And once in a blue moon, once in a blue moon, photographers talk about unicorn babies. And what that means is they come into the studio, they come in their car seat completely asleep. You lift them out of the car seat, they stay asleep, and you do the whole photo shoot without them ever waking up, without them ever fussing. And that's what I mean by a unicorn baby. And I'm not saying that you were a sleepy baby. That's not what I mean. But I think that's how this person kind of saw you, as someone who was like, someone like this only comes along once in a blue moon. And I know that I need to change if I'm going to be with that magical person. And, you know, maybe this person met you when you were just a horse before you grew your unicorn horn and stepped into your power, right? But you're showing up as someone like high priestess energy, very intuitive, very magical, very spiritual. And that's, again, why I was getting that divine feminine energy, because I feel like you might be someone, you know, who's worked hard to embody that unicorn energy. The unicorn reconnecting to higher wisdom or divinity. So it feels like, you know, you're really connected to the divine, however that resonates to you. You're really connected to your higher self. Especially, I think this is the energy you're going to be in when you come into union with this person. I just want to read a little bit about this. It's difficult to see, hear, or think of a unicorn without immediately questioning if it's real. Did they ever exist? Perhaps long, long ago. The mind answers maybe, or it could be, or no way. This very contemplation explains our relationship with divinity and encapsulates our wavering belief in the unicorn. We wonder what divinity is. We wonder where our intuition comes from and if we can really trust it. We think about a higher power and our mind hesitates between yes, no, and maybe. Is it male or female? Does it have a name, or is it just a feeling? The unicorn card appears and wakes us up to the curiosity about the higher self and the divine. It is a card of questioning, exploring, and contemplating the inexplicable. The mind's eye knows there is something beyond our day-to-day lives, a deeper dimension to our experiences. The mind's eye reaches and reaches out to grasp something more. You are the unicorn and you've begun your quest for the answers. So I feel like it could have been this connection that kind of made you question, you know, spirituality and divinity. And maybe you had to go through that, you know, that ego death where you leave all those limiting beliefs behind and you just trust in your higher self and you trust in the magic and you trust in the divine. The other thing I was hearing is you could have been questioning this, because I feel like for whoever you are, you've had like cycles with this person, or you've had, maybe it was just one breakup where when you separated, you really question, like, did I just imagine this connection? Did I just imagine that, you know, that divine bond I felt with this person? Was it just a karmic? Am I just delusional? I don't think that's the energy you're in when you come into union with this person, though, because this unicorn is clearly trusting in its higher self, trusting in its higher power, trusting in the divine. It's also connected to the sixth chakra. And it talks about that resides in the third eye, the exact place from which a unicorn's horn extends. The ancient yogis, is that how you say it, believed it to be responsible for our intellect, intuition, and deepest wisdom. Some say our two eyes see the past and present, while the third eye peers into the future. So I think that you always saw a future with this person. And I think that, like, I don't know where you are in your journey when you're finding this pile, but I have, and I'll get to that when I get your person's card, but I have a feeling I know. Because I feel like for some of you, when you're finding this reading, you could really be questioning, is this really my counterpart? Am I really a divine feminine, or was this like all for nothing? So it does, that's the energy that you're showing up in, which is absolutely beautiful. I love the unicorn. I get excited whenever the unicorn comes out. Let's get to your person. So I had, at first, I had an inkling when this card came out that, oh, maybe this is someone you know. I knew exactly when this card came out that it is someone you know. Somebody that you used to know. So I just want to talk about the golden egg because I saw it. The golden egg needs warmth, quiet, and time to unfold. No rushing, pushing, or grasping. Find a place of deep and restful ease. And that's kind of the energy that I was getting for this connection, like the golden egg. It couldn't be rushed or pushed. And that's something, again, divine feminines, before they get into that divine feminine energy, and I'm not talking about gender, they do try to rush, push, grasp. Like, look at that hand. I feel like you could have been someone who was trying to hold on to this person in the past, but I think that eventually you had to let go, because I'm noticing that hand. It's not like it's like this. It's not like it's not like you're holding on anymore. I feel like this comes in after you've let go and you've kind of released. And I always talk about, when you're holding on to something like this, you're blocking energy from coming to you. But when you let go like this, you open up to energy to come towards you, or for things to unfold naturally, or for what's meant to you to come to you. And again, I feel like for some of you, when you find this pile, you could be at some sort of part in your journey where you are like wondering, maybe you've just let this person go, or maybe you're wondering, like, maybe there is someone new out there for me. And I just want to tell you that, again, we all have free will, so you can choose whatever timeline you want. If you don't want this, you like let go and just let go. But again, I feel like for some of you, you were hoping that this was someone new in this pile, because this is the card that came up for your person. And this has been coming out a lot. This has been coming out a lot in my readings. So you could be part of that collective. Like, if you've been watching my readings and you've noticed this card coming out a lot, that could be a sign for you. And when this card came out, no word of a lie, I went, fuck. Like, and it made me laugh because, I do feel like, I know I'm repeating myself a little, I can't help it. I do feel like for some of you, you were hoping this was going to be someone else. But it's, the same old scorpion over here that you've dealt with in the past. Now the scorpion, and now I'll talk about why I'm seeing this energy with the shaman, because the scorpion is like that shaman energy, the shadow, blames, hurts self and others. That's the scorpion right there. So you could have been dealing with someone who, was afraid of their shadows, or when you tried to point out their shadows or shine a light on their shadows, they could have become quite defensive and reactive, right, with this scorpion. I feel like this is someone who, you know, if you got too close to their wounds, they started like, rawr, you know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. And again, it just made me laugh when the scorpion came out and I was like, fuck. Because it was almost like I was hoping for you that it was someone new. And anyway, it just made me laugh. It kind of made my morning. Now, the scorpion does talk about unresolved issues from the past. So this is definitely someone that there was something unresolved between you in the past. And again, perhaps you had to let go. It also shows me that this was someone who had a lot of unresolved trauma in the past, that, you know, maybe this connection, especially you little unicorn, triggered this person's shadows so that they finally had to look at their shadows. And I'm not saying that this person is going to be coming in Scorpio energy or Scorpion. Why I keep saying Scorpio. I'm not saying this person is going to be coming in this defensive energy. But I feel like, you know, this is how Spirit's telling me who this is. And there's a very clear message about that it's someone you have an unresolved, like there's been something unresolved in the past. There's been no closure. And it's very clear that it's someone who has unresolved or had unresolved trauma. But again, this shaman card connected with this shows that this is someone, when you come together, that's been working on their shadows, right? So just keep that in mind, because I don't want you to think that this person is just gonna, I don't think Spirit's saying like you're destined to be with this defensive scorpion forever. That's not what Spirit's saying. Spirit's saying this is how you'll know who this is, if that makes sense. It also says tends towards isolation. So this could be someone who's quite, you know, maybe you know them to be someone who does isolate themselves, who runs away from their problems, who pulls back their energy, or like I'm hearing an avoidant. It also, with that golden egg, there was a message where there needed to be time and space and silence. So I feel like this person needed that isolation in order to really reflect and go within and heal some of these shadows. It does talk about like someone who's very resentful, someone who has unresolved like wounding. And again, you could have triggered that wounding. And to bring into balance honesty and forgiveness. So I think first this person had to forgive themselves, because I always say someone who can't take accountability and someone who can't look at their shadows is someone who's unable to even forgive themselves, because admitting that you have a problem is like, and admitting you have shadows to me is an act of like self-forgiveness. So I feel like first this person had to be honest and forgive themselves for even having these wounds, because what I see a lot of the time is people who have wounding, and I used to be like that, they're ashamed of those wounds. So whenever they're triggered, or whenever someone says, hey, I didn't like the way you treated me, because that person is not being honest with themselves, they get reactive, they get defensive. So I think first this person needed to be honest and forgive themselves for whatever happened to them, maybe as a child, whatever happened to them in a past relationship that, you know, wounded them, that gave them this unresolved trauma. And then to bring into balance with you, they need to be honest with you and ask for your forgiveness. Does that make sense? And I feel, again, I feel like in the future, when you and this person come together, there is going to be a lot of honesty from this Scorpion side about some of those unresolved issues, and even unresolved issues with you. Because I almost am feeling like maybe you didn't have any closure when it came to this connection. I'm also very, like, Spirit's calling to my attention that we have the unicorn is facing this way and the scorpion is facing this way. So I feel like right now that could be an indication that you are not in contact with this person, and maybe it's been a while since you have been. And it's also an indication to me that, again, both of you needed to kind of go your separate ways in order to learn some very important lessons. But yeah, let's keep going. I might flip over this card. This was like so much confirmation that this, I think it's someone you know. We have obstacles, blockages, detours, delays. So it does feel like there's a wall in between you, or a wall was put in between you in order for you both to grow and evolve. And that maybe coming together has been delayed. And again, I just keep looking at these two images, like Empress, the diamond, the orb, the Emperor. Why am I thinking of, let me just look. I'm actually going to use the light seers for you today, I think. But I just want to see, is it the light seers that I'm seeing in my mind's eye? It might be a different deck. No, it's a different deck. There's a deck that I'm seeing. I wish I could remember what deck it was. I'm sorry, I just have to look. But I think you're pretty patient, so you can wait. I think you've had to be patient with this situation. Yes, that's it. So maybe I need to get you this deck. That's exactly what I was seeing. And look at what's underneath, the Empress. And she's holding a diamond wand. So I think that's Spirit's way of telling me I need to get you this deck, and I wasn't expecting that. So maybe you weren't expecting to find this when you clicked on this pile. I guess I need to get you this deck. All right, so let's get back into your energy. We're going to start with this one. We have strengthening bonds. And the first thing I heard, first of all, this is, symbolic of how you'll be feeling when you come into union with this person. And it does show you're going to feel like you are strengthening a bond with this person. And I feel like this bond, again, I feel like you tried to strengthen it before. I also feel with this imagery where this feminine is kind of standing in the light. She's alone, right? And I'm not saying you're a woman, because I know I'm saying she because this looks like a feminine. But I do feel like there's something about you needed to strengthen the bond with yourself before you came into union with this person. So maybe your relationship with yourself, or the way you viewed yourself, wasn't that strong when you were with this person. And, I'm kind of thinking of I can't help but think of divine feminines and about how a lot of the time they need to choose themselves in the end. They need to let go of the counterpart and choose themselves, and know that they deserve more, and know that they're worthy of love, and they're worthy of, a strong bond. They're worthy of someone who's willing to heal themselves. And I feel like, again, you had to really work at strengthening your bond with yourself, because especially when you're in a connection like a divine connection, it can really activate that chaser energy, that people pleaser energy, where we're afraid to let go of it, where we're afraid to, speak up about our needs, and we're afraid to stand in our power, because what if our divine counterpart, doesn't like that? So we tend to, I shouldn't say that, but a lot of divine feminines tend to before they're in that divine feminine energy, they tend to people please, like I said, and keep small. And they don't want to rock the boat, because a divine connection it's hard to explain to someone who's never experienced it. But I think in the end, maybe you had to choose yourself and release this, is what I'm hearing, and strengthen that bond with yourself. I know I've said it a few times. There's also something about walking down this path alone, because this person is alone. And again, I think it really goes back to that spirit keeps telling me you needed to strengthen the bond with yourself in order to break a cycle, or in order for you and this person to come back together. Does that make sense? So that is earth energy. It's the Ace of Pentacles. So you could, I think it's Ace of Pentacles. Yes, it's Ace of Pentacles. So you could be an earth sign. You don't have to be. We have fire on the side, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So now we're going to look at them, and we have the Four of Wands. Again, I was just, to me, it's very clear about what this connection is. So we have the Four of Wands, joy and stability. And I feel like this is telling you that this person needed to stabilize in their own energy before they could build anything with you. And again, I feel like maybe you tried to build something with this person. There could have been some cycles that kept playing out in this connection. And I feel like this person really needed to find their own footing. They needed to find their own strength. They needed to be in that Emperor energy, or they need to be in that Emperor energy before they can, show up the way they need to in this connection. Because I feel like with this over promises and hurts other people, this could have been someone who promised you, yes, I'll be more stable. Yes, eventually we can have union. Yes, eventually we can be together. Eventually we'll get married. I just see it as this person, I want to say they had good intentions. And I am already hearing some of you like, no, they did not. I want to say they had good intentions, but I think they were too wounded to follow through with those intentions. I think that when they made those promises, they believed that that's what they were gonna, do. But again, there's something about going around in circles with this person. The fact that we have the Four of Wands here is actually quite beautiful, because it is an energy of, I might just leave that right there. Oh, you're the unicorn. Of course you picked the purple heart. I do feel like with this Four of Wands coming out, that's a very good, I'm hearing a good omen, because the Four of Wands is union, it's marriage, it's stability, it's a strong foundation. And again, I feel like you needed to be, I just looked at the timer. Okay. I just looked at the timer at 3553. I just stood up. It's the first time I've stood up to see if this was straight and in alignment. You know what I'm like? 3553. Look up what that angel number means for twin flames. 3553. I'm really interested to see what that means. I could look it up right now. I charged my iPad. I don't know why I'm hearing this either, but the ages 35 and 53 could be symbolic. And it doesn't have to be that exact age, but maybe there is an age gap between you. I'm going to look it up for you really quickly. 3553, twin flame. In a spiritual context, seeing the angel number 3553, especially concerning a twin flame journey, is often interpreted as a message from the universe encouraging personal growth. I love spirit so much. And spiritual development, the unicorn and the shaman. So the shaman does talk about, I didn't even mention it, but it talks about shadow work, healing thyself, and it also talks about spiritual development. And the unicorn talks about spiritual development. And I was talking to you about how you maybe had to strengthen the bond with yourself, maybe even with spirit, right? Maybe your bond with spirit wavered, and your person had to work on their own personal stability. Anyway, so encouraging spiritual growth, personal growth, and spiritual development ultimately leading to alignment with your twin flame. And what did I say when I said I saw that number? I'm like, I was just making sure everything was in alignment. You know what I'm like. So that's just downright magical. It suggests a time for why can't I speak? It suggests a time for focused self-improvement and staying open to signs and synchronicities. On the twin flame journey, it can indicate that you are on the right path for your twin flame journey, and this number is a sign of encouragement and guidance. Reunion potential. The repetition of 5 can suggest that you and your twin flame are growing individually. What did I say? What did I say? Spirit, you're freaking magical and I love you. Which is necessary for a successful reunion in the future. So staying open and trusting the process is important. Spiritual guidance. The presence of the number 3 is associated with spiritual guidance, the unicorn, and the angelic realm, indicating that your angels are actively supporting and guiding you. Well then, again, Spirit's not messing around. And my higher self made me charge my iPad last night, and that's exactly why. That's exactly why. So again, this is a very positive omen because this speaks of union. And again, I keep hearing Empress, Emperor, you have to embody these energies before you can come into union. And I feel like you're on the right path. And like I said, I feel for some of you, you opened up this pile. Maybe you're like considering letting go of the twin flame journey. And I just want to say, you can let go without giving up. And I did a reading recently, maybe it was last week, and I titled it, It's Not About Giving Up, It's About Letting Go. And so I see so many people who are like, I'm done with the twin flame journey. F the twin flame journey. I'm done with it. It'll never happen. And that's, I understand. I've been there. I understand that. I understand that thought process. I understand that those emotions. But again, stop looking at it as I'm done with that journey and start looking at it as I'm going to let go of this journey. I'm going to let go of it. I'm going to continue to focus on myself and strengthen the bond with myself. And if my person is meant to evolve and come into union with me, they will. And if not, Spirit will send me someone else. That's been like a reoccurring theme in my readings from my guides recently. So just keep that in mind. But again, I just can't help it but laugh when this card came out and I immediately was like, fuck. All right, so let's keep going. So on your side, we have broken heart. So again, very clear that this is someone, you know, this is about someone that you know. I think it's really interesting though, because this image shows a broken heart, but we see the two hearts coming back together. Like these two hearts, maybe you can't pick up on it on your screen or phone or however you're watching this. Maybe you're not even watching it. Like I'm someone who sometimes I listen to tarot when I'm doing something else. So maybe you're not even watching this. So I'll just describe it. But it shows this heart that's been broken. And it looks like it had a very deep wound in it. But if you look very carefully, it's starting to mend itself. It's almost like a wound that's healing. You know how like when a wound starts to like scar and you start to see, okay, it's no longer a wound. It's more like a scar now. I do feel like whoever this is left an imprint on you. Like, you know, maybe you had a really hard time moving on from them, or you have a really hard time forgetting about them, or maybe you've tried to release them and haven't been able to release them. I do think that you possibly cried a lot over this connection because there is this like big tear at the bottom of the heart. So I do feel like if you did let this person go, it was hard for you to do so, or you've shed many tears over this connection, especially with the energy of the shaman. You know, the shaman talks about, what did I say? blames, hurts self and others. So this could have been a connection, and I don't even want to put it all on your person. Oftentimes with counterparts, what happens is when you come together and you start triggering each other, you do start blaming each other. Like, when really it's like a mirror. It's supposed to be showing you the things you need to heal. It's supposed to be showing you the deeper parts of your wounding. And because of our ego, we automatically are like, why are you doing that to me? Why are you hurting me? Well, why are you hurting me? It's your fault. So I think with this shaman card, because of both of your woundings and both of these, you know, there could have been triggers here. I do believe that it could have been like both ways. Like you both could have been, you both could have blamed each other when deep down on a spiritual level, you were meant to trigger each other and you were meant to bring these wounds to the surface to finally heal. You could have been someone, like, one thing that I always mention is that I feel like I had wounds that laid dormant and never fully healed. And I kind of forgot about them. I kind of ignored them. And then within that counterpart journey, all of those wounds that laid dormant were triggered within me and came to the surface so that they could finally heal. I'm also feeling called to the fact that this has the number 9, which is the energy of the hermit, which is solitude. So I feel like for you, you've had to spend a lot of time on your own. There's a lot of imagery of like you being alone, healing these wounds. And you could have been, I always say the divine feminine leads the way. That's not like, I'm not saying you have to. I'm talking about the energetic dance between a divine feminine and a divine masculine. The divine feminine leads the way. And I didn't make up that theory. I didn't make up that rule. That's like something that's existed for a really long time. So I do feel like you're someone who has spent a lot of time healing. I feel like you're someone who spent a lot of time healing your own wounds. And 9 also makes me think of, you know, stepping into your higher self, especially the fact that we have the unicorn there. And I feel like in order for the two of you to come back together, you both kind of have to go through a lot of healing and, you know, evolving into that higher self. And I'm also hearing like 9s can be about completion. So I feel like there was a cycle or maybe lots of cycles that needed to complete before you could come back into union with this person. And remember, this reading is about your future, like who is in your future. And this is what Spirit's giving me for you. And again, I almost felt like for some of you, you were really hoping that I was going to tell you that it was someone new. And my suggestion, although I haven't filmed them yet, my suggestion would be to check the other piles if you are manifesting new and releasing whatever this is for you. So let's do your person. We have the thinking woman. And this is interesting. I'm not saying that your person is a woman. So we have number 9 here, which to me gives me like hermit energy. So you could be dealing with a Virgo or you could be a Virgo. The thinking woman, we have 4 and 7, which is giving me emperor energy and chariot energy. Again, you don't have to be dealing with a woman. This card isn't about gender necessarily. It can be about gender, but not in this reading, Spirit's saying. But this thinking woman talks about getting advice. So what I want to say is that I feel like, oh, I lost my train of thought. Emperor and chariot, so Aries and Cancer energy. It's also the energy of like, not this card, but the fact that we have the Emperor and chariot energy. There's a lot of 4s on this side. So one thing I'm hearing is if there was a wall put up in between you or there was a tower moment, however that occurred, whether you let go and put up a boundary, because that can be a boundary, or whether this person pushed you away or ghosted you, or whether just something happened to kind of separate the two of you, I think you were being protected from this person with all these 4s. It also shows a lot of stability on your person's side with fours, because fours are about structure and stability and strong foundations. And I feel like with the thinking woman, that talks about getting advice from like a wise woman, or a person. So I'm hearing a few different things. It could have been that something you said to this person kind of woke them up, like, because I'm looking at you as someone who's very wise. So it could very well be that you were this wise person, especially with the shaman. You were this wise person who kind of said something to this person. And maybe it took them a while to, like, I'm just thinking of the scorpion. Maybe at first they were like, meh, you know, like, I don't want to hear it. But maybe after a while, I'm hearing that song, all the things you said, all the things you said, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. So I feel like there could have been something you said to this person that really impacted them. And maybe it took a while for them to be open to hearing it and be open to being honest with themselves. But eventually, I feel like the message got through, I'm hearing. The other thing I'm seeing is it could be that this person got advice from someone. And I know that sometimes I talk about people getting bad advice, which, again, it's really difficult with a connection like this, because when we go to our friends and family for advice, and I'll call them muggles, because clearly you're magical. When we go to muggles for advice, which is non-magic folk, shout out to anybody who likes Harry Potter, they want what's best for us, right? They hear us saying, well, this connection is hurting me. So they give the advice, well, if it's hurting you, there are plenty of other fish out in the sea. Go get one. Like, or relationships are supposed to be easy. Relationships aren't supposed to be hard. And they mean well, but some of their advice doesn't apply to like a divine connection. And I do feel like this is a divine connection. But what I'm hearing now is that this could have been someone who actually got like good advice from someone, whether that was they stumbled upon like a tarot reader, whether it was advice from, like, I don't know why I'm seeing an older feminine in their life, like a sister or a mother or an aunt or a grandmother, or even like a counselor or a therapist. Like this, I feel like this person looks at you as someone very rare and worth making these changes for, worth healing for. So it's very possible that for some of you, this person went to some sort of counselor or some sort of therapist or some sort of life coach or trusted friend, and they were honest with that friend and said, you know, I've been quite reactive. I've been quite like, I'm realizing I have a lot of unresolved issues from my past that I need to work on. Can you help me? And I do feel like whoever this was gave them good advice. And that could be what's causing them to unite with you in the end, is that advice, if that makes sense. That's what I'm hearing. So that's what I'm saying. That also equals 11. Where's my chart? And 11 talks about faith, humanitarian, accepting, tolerant, intuitive, and weaknesses, codependent, manipulative, oversensitive. So let's keep going. So for your side, we have round and round, and 25 equals 7, which is chariot energy. And this card is giving me the energy that either you were repeating a cycle with this person, or you were repeating other cycles just in your life with multiple people that were keeping you from moving forward. And maybe this person was like, I'll just use, you know, I know that not all divine feminines are like that people pleaser, codependent energy, but on the counterpart journey, that is what it's supposed to kind of trigger within the feminine. So I'm going to use that as an example. But maybe like, for example, all your life you've been a people pleaser, and like since childhood, that stems from a childhood wound of wanting love and attention from your parents and getting inconsistent love and attention. So you start to like people please, so that you start to people please so that because you feel like you have to earn that love. Another thing is codependency. If you had an inconsistent childhood where you never knew when you were going to get that love and support and encouragement, you become codependent whenever somebody shows you that, you kind of grab onto it. Does that make sense? That being said, I know a lot of divine feminines who say, I've never had a hard time with codependency until I met this person. And in that sense, that goes back to what I was saying, where it could have been a wound that lay dormant within you, right? Until you met this person. But for others of you, you could see a pattern in yourself, you know? And again, I'm just using that as an example. That doesn't have to be the pattern, but it looks to me like there could have been a pattern playing out with this person over and over again, or with another person over and over, or sorry, not another person, but different people and situations where you were repeating the same cycle. And I feel like this person was meant to help you break that cycle. I also feel like for some of you, if there was some sort of cycle playing out within this connection, you had to release it in order to stop it. With the, I don't know if I ever got to my point, but this reduces to 7, which is chariot energy. So it could have been that there was a cycle that was preventing you from moving forward, preventing you from strengthening your bond with yourself, preventing you from connecting to divinity, preventing you from healing these wounds, preventing you from coming into union with this person, whatever that cycle was. And it could have been some sort of spiritual lesson as well, because 2 is high priestess energy and 5 is Hierophant energy. So it could have been some sort of spiritual lesson you were meant to learn. The other thing I'm hearing is the fact that we have high priestess and the Hierophant. Like, you could have intuitively known that there was some sort of cycle playing out, but because you felt a soul connection with this person, you just kept kind of going around and around because you wanted that union. You felt that soul connection with them, which is also a common thing that happens with divine feminines. So if that was you, you're not alone. One thing that I'm seeing here is whatever cycle this is, it's been broken. It's been healed. Because if you look at this image, it opens up here. And once you stop that cycle and it stops going around and around, it opens the door for forward movement. It releases that energy. Spirit's reminding me, now that I'm talking about going around and around and around, Spirit's reminding me that distorted feminine energy, a distorted feminine will go around and around in the same fight, hoping for different results. So take that as it resonates. Not really what I was expecting for this reading, but like I said, there's a method to Spirit's madness. So your person, oh my gosh, I forgot about this. We have Go the Distance, which is, I completely forgot about this card. We have a cheetah here, and that is divine masculine energy. The cheetah represents divine masculine energy. And we have 4747 here. So we have repetitive numbers on your person's side. And now, just because I could tell you to look it up, but I want to look it up for you. I forgot to put in my intro how long my readings are. I forgot to give a trigger warning for that. Oh well. Angel number. What do you mean you cannot open? What do you mean? I'm not very good with technology. I'll just say that right now. Apparently, just hang on. I should just pause it, but I'm not going to. Apparently, I have no Wi-Fi right now. For any of you, like, can I just show you guys something? Because I get a lot of questions about, why don't you answer your emails? I just want to show you something. I'm just going to cover up all my other apps. Can you see how many emails I have? Can you see? Anyway. Why don't I have Wi-Fi? I'm just going to pause this. Hang on. Well, that's frustrating. I have no Wi-Fi and I'm not whatever, advanced enough to fix it because I don't know my Wi-Fi password. I have to get help whenever my Wi-Fi disconnects. I need to get technical help and technical support. But it is 11:22, so that could be symbolic for someone. Not that I can look up what it means, but that could be symbolic for someone. So Go the Distance is a very interesting card, which I will read to you in a moment because I feel very called to read to you that card. But back to what I was saying, your person has a lot of fours here, which talk about stability. So I feel like they needed to really work on their stability and their foundation before they could come into union with you. I feel like they needed to have a lot of forward movement in their own life and come into alignment. I'm kind of seeing the Chariot card where I always talk about how if you imagine you and this person being the horse, the two horses on the chariot, and you're pulling this way and they're pulling this way, you can't go forward because it causes resistance. It causes that chariot to go off track. And I feel like right now, I don't even know why I said that. I'm just going to keep going with that sentence. I feel like right now your person is really working on their stability and their forward movement so that they can come back together with you. This also equals 11, and this equals 11. So we have 11, 11, and then you have the Four of Wands, which is the 11, 11 card. So there's a lot of indication of union on your person's side. But again, I feel like they needed to go through, you know, their own lessons and their own healing and shadow work and being honest with themselves before they could come into union with you. But again, if you look at the body language in these cards, the unicorn, the person over here, even the cycle, right? The release of that energy, it's all pointing this way. Your person, the scorpion, the woman, the thinking woman, the cheetah, all going that way. And I think that's why I said right now, is that right now you're both kind of focused on your own paths to ultimately bring this wall down so that there can be union. And again, if there's a wall there, it's for your own protection is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing divine intervention, divine protection. Shout out to Archangel Michael. But 47, that is a card that I really do... for me, I'm very in love with this deck. It's one of my favorite decks. And I really do, there's a connection for me as a reader with this card and the divine counterpart journey. So your person, and this is another thing, when they come in, this will be the energy they're in. They're going to be ready to go the distance. When in the past, I feel like they intended to go the distance, but those promises, they couldn't fulfill them because they were not in a place of stability. They were not in a place where they were ready for union. So I feel like when this person does come in, they're going to be ready to go the distance. They're going to be ready to ground this connection. And this cheetah is right past that, like right about to hit that checkered flag, which I like. Endurance, strength, the long haul. So let me read this for you. So you are either in or calling in a harmonious relationship that can stand the test of time. And this description to me is like it's such a description of the counterpart journey. For better or worse, as you ride the ups and downs and even strain, break yourself, and are remade in new growth, you are being redeemed by the power of regeneration. Harmony does not mean there will never be a wrong note played, but that the relationship is marked by endurance and dedication to overall unity. A new song can be written, an instrument can be tuned, and the symphony of love will play on. Listen with your heart. Isn't it magnificent? So it does feel like, you know, when this when this person does come back into your energy, it's going to be for the long haul. And all these things that you went through, all these ups and downs where you strained and broke yourself open. And it's, again, it's one of the hardest, it is the hardest thing I've ever experienced, is all leading to something that can never be, like I'm seeing a tower, like a really strong tower. I'm seeing, you know, it's leading to a union that nothing will be able to break that foundation because it's already been broken and like built back up, if that makes sense. I'm just going to read this because I kept hearing right now. And I'm not saying that right now you're coming into union, but I want to look at the oracle message to see what your person might be going through right now. To bring your dream to life, which unicorn, like a dream come true. Did I imagine it? Was that person a dream come true? You must think long-term and pay no attention to the fluctuations in the current of your experience. Joy and disappointment commingle with opportunities, so there's no need to fear the obstacles. Right there, the obstacle. Life is not a sprint. This card is a reminder, your person, that you have the endurance, strength, and fortitude to carry you all the way. Remain true to yourself. Your authenticity alone will keep you in alignment with the energy of miracles, the unicorn. What is yours will never be withheld from you. Remember that. And I think that that's a message for you as well. What's meant for you will never pass you by. What's meant for you will never be withheld from you. Anyway. All right, let's get into the other cards we have for you now. So I am going to get tarot, but now I'm going to get this other deck, which is called the Wandering Path, I believe, which kind of makes sense why I was seeing it in my mind's eye for your reading, because it's not the deck that I was going to use for you. I actually am a little embarrassed about what this deck looks like. I've used this deck when I used to do personal readings, which I don't anymore. I use this deck for almost every personal reading, so it's very like, it's grungy, but that's okay. I still love it. So we do have, look, we have on the bottom, we have the Knight of Pentacles and the Hermit, showing us that it's been a long road, I'm hearing. And it's slow moving because there has to be a lot of self-reflection and self-discovery and growth. Anyway. We have the Knight of Wands, instantly the Runner, which kind of reminds me of that Scorpion a little. The Runner. So your person could have been on the run for a while, right? You could have been very dedicated, like Knight of Pentacles. You could be someone who's been very dedicated to strengthening the bond with yourself, to healing, to looking at your shadows, to overcoming these obstacles. But you could have been dealing with someone who was on the run. And I'm hearing they won't be on the run forever. Just as I'm saying that, we have the Two of Cups, which is about, you know, deepening an existing connection. So it does feel like that's what's in the cards for you. Ha ha ha. We have Temperance. What are you? We have the Fool. What's in between you? We have the Queen of Pentacles, which is kind of beautiful with that strengthening bond card. So it does feel like this is a connection where maybe there was an imbalance. Temperance can talk about an imbalance of energy. It can also talk of lack of patience. And that is one of the things that really tests the divine feminine, is patience, because it can be such a long journey. It also shows being patient with love. So allowing this to unfold naturally. It talks about balance and harmony. So I just wanted to get, oh my gosh. So we have the Six of Wands and the Three of Pentacles here, but it wanted to spit out this Lovers card. So a divine love connection, could be Gemini energy there. So I'm just going to ask a few questions with tarot to confirm all this. And then I have a couple of other decks, we're going to get Seven of Pentacles. So this is like, again, it's about patience here. It's about something that's been manifesting for a while. For some of you, maybe a long while. And, you know, Seven of Pentacles is an energy where you will see the rewards of your investments here. You will, you know, see the success of your hard work. You will get your abundance, is what I'm hearing. But sometimes we have to nurture that with patience, right? And healing and belief. So Seven of Pentacles. Right away, I'm hearing we have Hanged Man energy. And again, I'm just going to say what I'm hearing. This could be, the way that I looked at it, I was looking at it like this. So this could be like very symbolic of the energies that were in this connection. Like you could have been wanting to invest, you could have been putting in the work, and then your person could have been in this like confused energy, distracted. They could have made you feel like an option, for example. It's also like this card talks about confusion. So it is a very confusing journey. Let me just get that out of the way. It's very confusing. So I want to see who this is. Who is your future love? So that came out right away, Four of Pentacles. So the Four of Pentacles is an energy of, I always say it's baby emperor energy. Like I always like baby emperor, like Mario Kart, baby Ouija, baby emperor. So it does feel like this is someone who wasn't ready to be that emperor. The Four of Pentacles also, not like tarot readers all have their, you know, there's the main interpretations of cards, but then each tarot reader has their own interpretation. And one of my interpretations and the readers that I listen to, one of their interpretations of this card is this is someone who you haven't been able to let go of. And sometimes that can be frustrating. Like even when you want to let them go, it's like a soul connection that you always kind of feel. And even when you try and put it down, even when you try and let it go, it's still there. You still feel it. So it does feel like for who this is, it is someone whose energy you've still been hanging on to in some sense. And like I said, with that shaman card, for some of you, you could have been hanging on so tight that it was blocking the energy, and maybe you had to release it. Let's get another one. I'm also seeing Seven of Swords in reverse on the bottom, which is someone who, you know, could have, the fact that Seven of Swords is in reverse is a good sign, because it's the end of running. But for some of you, like if we're looking at who this was, it could have been that this was someone who was, you know, holding back from you, or was running away from this connection, or unwilling to look at their own shadows, right? If you look at these swords here, these swords to me represent the Four of Swords, healing. And then this sword represents the Ace of Swords, which is like clarity, honesty. And the Seven of Swords can represent someone who's unwilling to look at themselves, unwilling to be honest with themselves, which creates this Two of Swords energy, which creates stagnancy, if that makes sense. Anyway, the fact that it's in reverse is a really good sign. So let me get another one for who this is. We have the 10 of Wands, the 10 of Wands. So this is someone who had a lot of baggage, I want to say, a lot of unresolved issues from the past. This was, you know, someone who, if you think about it, like when I look at this 10 of Wands, it is a sign that there's something like very heavy about this, and eventually you just have to let that bag go. You have to put it down. So I'm hearing a few different things. Like this could have been someone who you had to release. Like you couldn't drag them up those stairs. Like think about those stairs almost as like the stairs of enlightenment or healing. And maybe you tried to drag them up those stairs, but eventually you just had to let go because it was draining for you. It was overwhelming for you. This could have been someone, 10 of Wands always gives me the energy of burnout. So you could have been like giving so much to this that it actually burnt you out because they weren't reciprocating that energy, however that's resonating for you. I also feel like for whoever this is someone who carried their baggage and their trauma with them their entire life. So yeah. And on the bottom, we have the Knight of Cups, which the Knight of Cups is a very intuitive energy. So it's someone that you had this intuitive, like the Knight of Cups follows their intuition no matter what, even if it doesn't make logical sense. So it could have been that you resonate with that, like you have an intuitive connection with this person, an intuitive knowing, even though it doesn't make logical sense. And sometimes the divine feminine needs to balance that logic and intuition and put that bag down, because even though you intuitively feel a connection, it doesn't make logical sense to keep trying to drag them up those stairs of enlightenment, if that makes sense. So let's see how they will be when this person like comes back into your energy, because like I said, this is about future love. Let's look at what energy they're going to be in. We have the Moon and we have the Eight of Wands. And I saw the Star. So very interesting. The Eight of Wands is reminding me of this go the distance. So when this person comes back into your energy, you're going to see that they've made this is a lot of growth, a lot of progress on specifically their shadows, and listening to their intuition is what I'm hearing. So this person is going to be more in divine feminine energy. So they're going to be more caring, more compassionate. And I'm not saying that they won't be in that Emperor energy. That's not what I'm saying. This person is going to be showing you a new perspective of them, a new side of them. They could even look completely different to you. Like you could be like, whoa, like where did that person in the past that I was trying to drag up these stairs go? You're not that person. Because Hanged Man energy shows new perspectives in love. So this person is going to show you a new perspective. You're going to see that, you know, they've surrendered some of those unresolved issues from their past. What I meant by feminine energy is like that very emotional, what am I trying to say? Very emotional, very compassionate. I'm almost seeing the Empress for some reason. Eight of Wands, they're going to be putting in action. They're going to be like, this is someone who's going to be communicating with you a lot. This is not just like, I'm hearing it's not just breadcrumbs. Maybe this person breadcrumbed you in the past, or that's how you resonated with the energy. Again, it's just another label. But it's giving me this cheetah energy. Like this person, you're going to see that they've made rapid change, rapid growth. They've made progress. They're coming in very different. They're very communicative, if that's the right word. You know, sending you lots of messages. I feel like I'm almost envisioning it like this person messages you and you message them back thinking it's going to take them like hours to reply, and they reply instantly and they just want to keep talking. Very positive energy here. It's like this person ready to go the distance. That could be an important song. Is that from Hercules, Go the Distance? That was weird. When I said Hercules, because I know Go the Distance is from Hercules, isn't it? But when I said Go the Distance and I said Hercules, a song from Mulan started playing, which was I'll Make a Man Out of You. Is that the song I'm thinking of? And I'm not trying to gender anyone. I'm hearing that song where that guy is singing to all the men that he's working with about like, I'll make a man out of you. That song? That was weird. Anyway, those songs could be symbolic for some weird reason. I don't question the downloads I get anymore. There's something else about this Moon card that I want to look at, because there's something about clarity. One of the, I think, honesty and clarity. This card also talks about don't let self-deception get the best of you. So I feel like this person is no longer letting self-deception get the best of them. And there is something coming to light here. And again, I'm hearing specifically about shadows. So this person is going to show you that they've made like a lot of progress and growth when it comes to the shadow work they've been doing. How are you going to feel about this person in the future? How are you going to feel about them in the future? Look, we have the Fool. So you're going to feel like ready for this new beginning because, again, they're going to show up in this energy where they're truly showing you they're ready to go the distance. And it's no longer those empty promises. It's no longer like, someday I hope to be this. They're going to be showing up in like an authentic way. This card talked about showing up in a very authentic way. And again, there's a lot of stability in their energies. So I feel like, I just laughed because there's someone walking outside and they have like, they're wearing all black and they don't have a dog. They're just walking by themselves, which is fine. But they have their hood up and it kind of reminded me of like Seven of Swords energy for some reason, like somebody sneaking away. Anyway, it just made me think of your person back here. But how are you going to be feeling? You're going to be feeling like this is like brand new. Like this person is showing you a brand new version of themselves. And it looks to me like you're going to be ready to take this leap of faith with them. Let's see how they're going to be feeling about you. Oh my gosh. So the Seven of Cups kind of flipped out, which I'm just going to keep on the bottom. Seven of Cups also can talk about clarity. Oh my gosh, look at this, for how they're going to be feeling about you. So we have the Nine of Pentacles, which is interesting because that is the energy that I was hearing with the combination of your energy that you're going to be in, you're going to be the highest version of yourself, right? So this person, for how they feel about you when they come in, they're going to see you as someone who's been through a glow up. They're going to be seeing you as someone who, you know, looks very confident, very self-sufficient, you know, valuing your independence. You no longer need to rely on someone else to make you feel loved. Very like, it's a little, I don't want to say intimidating, but it's a little bit intimidating. And I don't want you to be like, well, I have to dim my light so I don't intimidate this person. F that. Don't do that. This is a beautiful energy. Like Nine of Pentacles, that's like mini Empress energy to me. So don't you dare dim your light. Don't you dare play small, my friend. We have the Page of Pentacles for how this person is going to be feeling about you. So it's like fresh start energy. They're going to be, you know, feeling like this, it feels like a fresh start. And look, Four of Wands. So this person is going to be feeling, you know, like it's time for union. It's time to possibly get married. Like this Page of Pentacles and Four of Wands can point to a proposal of marriage. So I don't want to spoil anything, but that's what I'm seeing there. Can I look at how this connection will be when you come into this union? How will this connection be? What will be the, let's look at the strengths. What will be the strengths? We have, look, working as a team. This is equal give and take. Bees could be symbolic. I don't know why. Out of nowhere, I keep noticing bees on cards, like out of nowhere. It happened to me yesterday. I was like, oh, look, there's a bee. I didn't point out any other symbols, but I pointed out a bee. So anyway, you know what I'm being called to talk about? Should I? I'm seeing a Justice card where, there's a dog here. I'm seeing a Justice card where the Justice card, it's in a tarot deck that I haven't used on my channel yet, but it's like a person's hand and a hornet or a bee, a hornet, I think, has stung the person. And the Justice card is the hornet has like stopped stinging that person and is no longer stinging that person. I don't know why I just saw that. I just thought I'd mention it. The fact that the card Justice came to my mind could also be symbolic, because justice is about feeling like you finally got everything you deserved. So strengths, working as a team, like collaborating. This is, you know, it's not Six of Pentacles, but this card also points towards equal give and take. So that's beautiful. We have the King of Wands and the Death card for the strengths. So there's going to be a lot of changes in this connection. It's not going to be like it once was. And one of the strengths is you've got this person taking the lead, showing initiative, showing up, taking control of situations, right? When maybe you felt more like you were that person in the past. I feel like things have, like the tables have turned. This also shows like a lot of passion with the Knight of Wands. Man, I haven't used this deck in forever. Maybe it's been a while since you've seen this person. Because like I said, I haven't touched this deck in so long. King of Wands, energetic, charismatic, taking the lead in love. It also shows about being true to oneself. So you're both being true to yourself. You're both being true to your needs, for example. Nobody's playing small. Nobody's like triggering and hurting the other person. I won't say it will never happen, because this card talked about it doesn't mean there will never be a wrong note played, but that for the most part, you're both showing up authentically and you're both, you know, being true to yourselves and true to this connection. Beautiful. Transformative energy, the Death card, very transformative. I don't know why, but Spirit just told me to flip over the top card. Ace of Swords, truth and clarity, lots of communication. Can we look at what one of the weaknesses might be? We have the King of Cups. That's interesting, as one of the weaknesses. So it could be that, the King of Cups in reverse can talk about like, one of the weaknesses could be that, like, let's say on a bad day, if this person is really overwhelmed or having a bad day, they may, you know, they may not put in as much effort. But I don't see this as being like, I almost feel like I could be triggering someone right now saying that, because maybe for some of you, the energy that I'm getting is maybe for some of you, this person put in low effort in the past. And like, I don't want to trigger you by saying that there may be times where this person like isn't putting in like a lot of effort. I don't think that's going to be a consistent thing. That's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing like sometimes when there's a wrong note played, just like this card said, this person, like if they have a lot going on in their day, for example, they may not put in a lot of effort that day. But I also feel like where you're in this Nine of Pentacles energy, you're going to be in this energy where, you know, this is a very self-sufficient energy. And you're going to be like, because this person is taking control most of the time and really, you know, stabilizing this connection and putting in a lot of effort, I don't think it's going to trigger you that much, because you're in this energy of Nine of Pentacles where you're like, oh, you have things going on today? That's all right. I can do me. I could use a day by myself, you know, because I also feel like you and this person are coming from solitude. So maybe in the past you feared that alone energy. You feared that solitude. But I feel like if this person, you know, again, one of the weaknesses could be that one day they don't have a lot of effort to put in. I'm not seeing it as it'll be like an ongoing thing. It's just sometimes. But again, you're going to be in this energy where you're like, that's okay. I've got my own stuff to do. Like, does that make sense? That's what I'm hearing. King of Cups. Let me just look at it. Overwhelmed. So sometimes, you know, it could be some of the weaknesses is sometimes there could be a bit of overwhelm. And that's exactly, before I even looked at what it meant, that's exactly what I was hearing. Like sometimes this person may be overwhelmed with, you know, maybe one day they're feeling particularly triggered and overwhelmed, or maybe one day they have a lot going on and they can't show up. It talks about like withdrawal, and the Scorpion does withdraw. So just keep that in mind, that that could still be a weakness here, where this person, sometimes on a bad day is a little overwhelmed and withdraws their energy a little. But again, I think that you're going to be okay with that because you're in this very self-sufficient, self-sustaining, if that's even the right word, place. And you can always say, like, you can always put up a healthy boundary and say, you know, if you are feeling overwhelmed and you're feeling like withdrawing your energy, can you please articulate that to me? Can you please communicate that with me so that I don't slip back into my old ways and think that it's about me? Does that make sense? So by knowing this might be a weakness here, you can actually set a boundary to like help it by telling this person, again, I'm repeating myself, but if you are feeling overwhelmed and like you need to withdraw your energy, can you please tell me that so that I don't overthink it, so that I don't think it has something to do with me or what I'm doing? Does that make sense? So just keep that in mind. I keep seeing pickup trucks drive by. I stopped mentioning them because there's so many. I mean, I didn't mention any in this reading, but I've seen a black one, I've seen a red one, I've seen a gray one, I've seen a white one, I've also seen several SUVs, but anyway. I don't know. One of the weaknesses here could be red SUV. One of the weaknesses here could be that sometimes your person, and looking at their past, it makes a little sense that sometimes they do get very self-focused, and they get like, this could be someone who hyper focuses on what they're going through. And, you know, again, just put up that boundary that, okay, if you're really focused on what you're going through and you're overwhelmed and you're withdrawn, can you please just tell me that so that I don't internalize it? Make sense? And let's see the future outcome of this connection. Can I take all those? Can I take all those? Oh my goodness. They're in my lap. So we have the Page of Cups, which is new perspectives in love. I don't want you to think that this is like, some people see the page as like, oh, that's just a small offer. And that's not what this is. Future energy, future potential of this energy is this person showing you a new perspective, a new side of them, which I did mention when they come in, you're going to see. So that checks out for future energy. It also, this talks about like rekindling a connection. The Knight of Pentacles shows slow and steady dedication. Like, it also shows dedication leading to commitment. The Knight of Pentacles is my favorite knight out of all of the knights, and even maybe out of the kings, because the Knight of Pentacles achieves whatever they set their mind to. It does, like, nothing will stop this Knight of Pentacles. Yes, it might move slowly. Yes, it could take some time, but they are dedicated to whatever they're, you know, committing themselves to. So it does look like, that's interesting. It does, to me, it does, you know, this is showing dedication to commitment. And that's what this card talked about, being dedicated to commitment, dedicated to overall unity. And also we have a lot of self-discovery, self-reflection, self-growth, lots of lessons being learned, lots of lessons coming to light. I feel like this person, you know, is going to reveal to you a lot of what they've been working on, reflecting about. And then on the bottom of the deck, this is beautiful. We have the Queen of Wands, which we have the King of Wands right here. So we do have like a counterpart match there. And the Queen of Wands is about being open in a connection. It's about openness. It's about vulnerability, actually. I mean, it's about, I think it talks about, I think it also, it could talk about independence, but let me check that. Nope, wands are this way, wands are this way. I just heard you're going the wrong way. That's not what I was looking for. Independent. So see, another positive thing. If this person is busy doing their own stuff or they're overwhelmed, you're going to be okay in your independent energy. Cheerful and confident love. Cheerful and confident love. So it's going to be like a more confident connection. And it talks about openness in a relationship. So you and this person being very open and honest with each other. And maybe that's why I told you, like, when I saw that weakness, just be open and honest about how that weakness makes you feel and set a healthy boundary. It talks about confident, self-assured, passionate, determined, charismatic, vivacious, optimistic. So all positive things here, my friend. So now I'm going to get, because I didn't know if this was going to be a new person or not, I'm just going to get a few of these cards so that you can see who this is, or clarification, confirmation, whatever you need. We have volunteer, selfless devotion, willingness, spirit of service, duty, dedication. We also have, maybe I'll just take it and then not peek at the bottom, because whenever I make eye contact with a card, it's like I need to take it. Reader, seeker of knowledge, knowledge pursuer, explorer of information. We have lost soul, seeker of clarity, wanderer, confusion, defeat, struggle. Makes sense. I also feel like some, and this is just me speaking, but I also feel like some counterparts are lost souls. They're misunderstood. We have creator, weaver of imagination, creativity, innovation, invention, realization. Whoa, we have a lot here. We have influencer, trendsetter, content creator, follower, online influence. We have waiter, attendant of hospitality, steward, cleaner. We have clergy, guardian of faith, religion, morality, compassion, sacred mission. We have bard, keeper of epic tales, ballads, legends. And then what are you? We have captain, navigation of destiny, voyage, leadership, decision-making, objective. Stranger, passerby, encounter by chance, mutual aid, new friend. You could have met this person like chance encounter is what I'm hearing. And we have soldier, guardian of nations, loyalty, honor, integrity, selfless service. We have chef, culinary maestro, cooking, culinary artistry, seasoning, proficiency. And then we have musician, composer of harmony, creation, passion, soulful sound, celebration. And then I'm just going to get this deck, which just gives us some keywords. Oh, look, I'm shuffling them upside down. Sassy. We have masculine. Why am I not surprised that that came out? All right. So I'll leave that masculine on the top. Could be your divine masculine. Take that as it resonates. We have masculine, sassy, heaven sent, guide, integrity, neutral, risk taker, morals, psychic, laughter, and clever. So my friends, I am going to leave it there today. I think that's, instead of like charms, I got these cards, but I'm going to leave it here today. I'm sending, no, I'm not. Hang on. I need to get these surrender cards because I just want to see what you need to, or what this person needed to surrender or need to surrender. Because some of these things you maybe already surrendered. We have, well, what? I'm not surprised. Surrender defensiveness, the Scorpion. Defensiveness is a sign of weakness. To communicate in a more empowered way, stay centered and hear someone out. Then offer a clear, non-defensive response. Surrender to rest and sleep. To prevent burnout, slow down. Honor your need for quiet time and peaceful sleep to rejuvenate your mind, body, and spirit. Surrender to setting limits. It is healthy to set boundaries in relationships. Practice expressing your needs and remember that no is a complete sentence. And didn't I say I was telling you how to set a boundary? And we'll just get one more. We have surrender denial. Accept people and situations exactly as they are without denying their difficulties. Then you can see through, then you can see things clearly and make the best decisions. So now I'm going to leave it here, pile one. I'm sending you lots of love and light, and I will talk to you soon. And thank you for watching. Bye. Hello, pile two, and welcome to your reading. If you chose pile two and this flower agate, hopefully you can see this. I'm not checking. This is going to be a reading all about your future love. And I think I explained this in the intro. I filmed the intro like hours ago, so I can't even remember. But at first, I was just going to do a reading about who your future love was. And then Spirit guided me to get cards for you as well, to kind of get a little bit of information about you and maybe how you'll be feeling or what you'll be going through when this person comes into your life, or however the messages want to come out. And then this is going to be your person over here, your future person. And then we have some connecting energy here to, again, at first I was just going to be like, who is this person? But Spirit guided me to get cards to someone could have a lisp here. I just noticed I lisped really hard right there. Spirit guided me to get cards to kind of give you an indication of how this is all going to play out, who this person is, how you're going to be feeling when this person comes into your life. So I think we'll just get into it right away. So yeah, let's get into it. So I do want to say I'm seeing, you can take whatever messages you want from this reading. But what I'm seeing for this pile, and I kind of like to say it right away so that you know if it's your pile or not. Because for you, pile two, I feel like you're done wasting time, I'm hearing. You don't need to waste any more time. You're ready for love. And I don't want to waste any more of your time. But I could see this being two scenarios, actually 3 possibly. But the first scenario story that I'm seeing here could be that this is someone completely brand new. The other storyline I'm seeing is that this could be someone, like, again, it feels very new to me, this pile. And I don't want you to, like, if you're manifesting someone returning, I don't want you to click away just yet, because for some of you, this could be like rebirth energy. But I am getting something, there's something very new about this energy. And actually when I was shuffling one of these decks, the very first card I cut open to, and I took note of it, was the Ace of Cups. So for some of you, that, like, that does point towards new love, or that can also point towards a renewal. So someone coming in rebirth energy. So just take these messages as they resonate. But let's just get into it. So I'm actually going to put your heart on one of these cards once I start. So the very first, I'm going to put the cards out just like I did for pile 1 in the order that I pulled them. So the first card I pulled for you is the Castle. And one thing that Spirit drew my attention to is that I've never seen this card. I've never had this card. I mean, I'm sure I've seen it, but I've never had it come out in a reading. I've never ever had it come out in a reading. And as I'm like getting into channeling right here, I just heard rose-colored glasses. So that could be symbolic to you. I was just looking at the diamonds keeping this person's eye. It almost looks like these diamonds are keeping this person's eye shut. And this rose made me think of rose-colored glasses. So again, the fact that I've never had this card come out in all of the readings that I've done is also like a little indication that this could be someone new. Or it could be someone, I'm not trying to confuse anyone, but it could be someone that you had rose-colored glasses on with, and once you took those rose-colored glasses off, it allowed you to kind of free yourself from the situation. And I always say, if you love something, let it go. If it's meant to be, it'll come back. So I can see in this pile how this could potentially be someone where you took off your rose-colored glasses and you kind of freed yourself from the situation. And then this person had no choice, if they wanted to be with you, to grow and evolve and change. But again, it'll resonate how it needs to resonate for you. And again, for a lot of you, it feels new. So this Castle card talks about kind of being stuck in a castle, and it's making me think of Tangled. This card talks about how, you know, you long to be, like, you're in this castle where there's safety. And I'm not saying that whatever connection you were in, there was safety, like actual safety. That's not really what I'm seeing. But this card talks about being in a castle surrounded by 4 walls. It feels safe, it's familiar, but really your soul longs to be outside of the castle, running free. And it made me think of Tangled. It really made me think of Tangled. So Tangled could be symbolic, or maybe you have, like, you know, long blonde hair or whatever. One of the things this card talks about is seeing through deception. And maybe that's why I'm getting that message of rose-colored glasses. Like, you could have been deceiving yourself about something here. So the situations that I was hearing is you could have been deceiving yourself about someone you were with. So you could have been in a connection, or like the castle, the tower. You could have been in, you know, a situation with someone where it felt familiar. And so you wanted to keep trying to make it work, even though something in your soul was telling you that it wasn't working. That could be anything. Like, that could have been an unhappy marriage. Specifically, it could have had to do with deception. It could have had to do with the fact that maybe you were with someone who was very deceptive or manipulative, and maybe you had your rose-colored glasses on and you were overlooking it, or you were... Oftentimes when you're dealing with someone who's deceptive, and I'm not here to label anyone. If you know me as a reader, you know I'm not really into like labeling people as narcissists and things like that. But if you are dealing with a deceptive energy, one of the symptoms, or one of the... what word am I looking for? I guess symptoms is the only word I can use right now. It's probably not the right word. But when you're dealing with someone deceptive, they can make you question your own reality. So you could have been someone like who was dealing with someone very deceptive, very manipulative, and you kind of questioned your own reality. You questioned whether or not you were like, am I actually being manipulated or am I just imagining that? And I think deep down, your intuition was telling you you were being deceived or there wasn't something right. And deep down, your soul longed to get out of that tower. And the fact that I don't even know why I'm saying tower, I think it's because I'm seeing the castle entangled, which is a tower. And it could have been that this tower was unstable. It could have been that you knew that the foundation wasn't strong, but it was familiar. You were already there. Maybe you had a mindset that, well, what if no one else ever loves me? What if no one else ever wants to be with me? Maybe I should just stay in this castle where like there's four walls. I feel okay. The other thing, like if you were married to this person, part of it could have been the fact that you had children or you had finances together. And your mindset was kind of like, well, we have children and finances. So even though I long to be free and like my soul is telling me there's something better out there for me, I'm going to stay here. In a way, you ended up deceiving yourself, is what I'm hearing. And again, I'm not, only you'll know who this person is. One of the other things I was hearing is you could have gotten very comfortable being alone. Like you could have been deceiving yourself in a sense where, you became hyper independent. And I'm not trying to make you feel bad by saying you were deceiving yourself. This card specifically talks about that type of energy. It's kind of like, it's almost like you're lying to yourself or your ego is lying to you. But you could have been someone who became hyper independent. You could have had that thought process like, well, nobody can take care of me the way I take care of myself. So I'm just going to stay in this castle by myself. You could have had the mindset that love wasn't for you. I see it all the time and it breaks my heart. I see people talk about how they're not meant for love in this lifetime. And I don't believe that. I believe we're all meant for love in this lifetime. Maybe you weren't meant for love with the person you used to be with. But I also know that if you have that mindset, like no one will ever love me, I'll always be alone, love will never come, that can build walls around you. That kind of energy that you put out is what you're calling in. So if you're putting out that energy that I'm too old for love, I'm unlovable, no one will ever love me, that is the energy you're pulling in. You're pulling in either nobody to love you, or you're pulling in people who don't, like who won't love you and who might end up just deceiving you. And that's why, I try and talk about that on my channel. It's very important. The energy that we're putting out there, the energy that we're sending out is what we get back. That's why it's important to learn how to love yourself. And instead of sending out that energy of, I can't do any better than this, send out the energy of, I deserve better than this. I can do better than this, So that's what I'm hearing with this card. The second card I got for the connecting message is secrets. So something has been being kept from you is what I'm hearing. And I don't, maybe some of you were, the fact that this card talks about deception, maybe some of you were dealing with a very deceptive person. And if you were, the message from spirit is that, and if you are with someone deceptive, where you have rose-colored glasses on, the message here from spirit is that you need to take those glasses off, and you need to, if you do want this beautiful love in your life, you need to free yourself from that situation. And that goes for if you're hoping for this person to change, this person that you're let's say you're connected to someone, or you were connected to someone and you were hoping that they would change their deceptive ways. I keep saying deceptive, I don't know why I'm saying it in quotations, but that could have been how you perceive this person, right? And the only way, if that person has any hope of changing, unfortunately, it goes back to that, if you love something, let it go. I also want to be really clear here that I do channel a lot of divine counterpart energy, and I don't want you to, if you're a divine counterpart, like, I don't want you to, how do I put that? If you're a divine counterpart, there's a message here that if your person was like mistreating you or you had your rose-colored glasses on, it's best to like let that person go so that they can go off and change. And if, they're meant to evolve, they'll come back. But anyway, those are the things I'm hearing. It feels like you needed to free yourself from some sort of situation, free yourself from limiting mindsets, so that this love could come in. And it feels like this love has been, I'm almost seeing that energy where it's almost like there's a bubble around you. And it's like this person is waiting right on the other side of the bubble. They're just waiting for that bubble to pop so that they can come in. It's like they're ready to come in. You just need to free yourself from whatever this is so that they can come in. And that's why for some of you, it does feel new, because maybe there was someone that you needed to let go to make space for this new person. Or if you're hoping for a rebirth, for example, maybe you had to let that version of that person go so that rebirth could happen and they could come in a new, like, rebirthed version. Does that make sense? And it feels like with this secret card, it feels like this has been being kept from you. You haven't been able to see this new love or this whatever, however you're resonating with it. You haven't been able to see that it wants to come in. It's on its way. So hopefully that makes sense. So we're going to start with, I think I'm going to put the heart right there. So we're going to start with the animal card on your side. And like I said, I felt called to get like your card, their card, and then your card, their card. So that's how we're going to do it. Because I know usually I lay out your side first and then their side. But to keep myself organized, I'm going to do it this way. Or this is how I'm being called to do it. So we do have the Cobra. And the Cobra talks about a pause. It talks about waiting. So it could be that, like I said, it feels like this is waiting to come in for you. It's just waiting for, everything to align so that this can be gifted to you, because I do feel like you deserve this love that's coming in for you. Oh dear, there goes my throat. My throat chakra completely closed over. This Cobra card talks about, there's a very interesting message with this card, and it talks about, and it's going to resonate differently depending on your situation, but it talks about when the lesson is ready to be learned, the teacher appears. So the two things that I'm seeing is that, let's say you're with someone who has some not so desirable qualities. I'll just say that. I'm hearing manipulative communication, actually, the fact that my throat's closing over. So let's say you're with someone where they have some not so desirable qualities, and you have these rose-colored glasses on, and I'm not faulting you for that. I'm not putting you down for that. But it's almost like until you take those glasses off and leave that tower, the lesson can't happen. Does that make sense? Like, you could have been a teacher. You could have been this person's, like, you could be a teacher. But let's say, you're dealing with someone like I'm talking about. You could be the catalyst in this person's rebirth. And I'm not saying that it's all on you or it's your responsibility. Please don't take it that way. But what if the lesson they need to learn by you taking off those rose-colored glasses and releasing them and letting them go? Does that make sense? The other thing I'm seeing is that if this is someone new, like brand new, that this Cobra card, when the lesson is ready to be learned, the teacher will appear. What if you have, like, this feels like you could have someone new, for example, if you're manifesting new, who wants to teach you a very important lesson about what love actually is and how love actually unfolds and how you should actually be treated. And maybe your entire life you've attracted like not so great people who have mistreated you and hurt you. And when you're ready to take off those rose-colored glasses and leave that tower, when you're ready for that lesson, the teacher appears, this new love appears to teach you that lesson. Does that make sense? I'm getting a little confused myself, but Spirit's giving me like two scenarios, so I have to like honor what Spirit's giving me. I usually always have one pile where it's like two scenarios that I'm channeling. The other thing is back to, like, let's say you're not connected to someone deceptive. Let's say it's about deceiving yourself by telling yourself that you're not worthy of love, that you're not, you'll never have love in this lifetime, that you're destined to be alone, that you're too old for love, that you're unlovable. Those lies you tell yourself. When you're ready to stop telling yourself those lies, when you're ready to learn the lesson that you are worthy of love, that you aren't too old for love, that you are meant to be loved in this lifetime. I just heard ding, ding, ding. When you're ready to learn that lesson, the teacher appears, this person appears. And again, you really be aware of the energy you're sending out, because that's the energy you're calling in. So you could be a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And it does show like a pause here. So it almost feels, you know, maybe you needed some time after you left this tower in order to learn some of those lessons about yourself before Spirit sent someone new in. So for example, if you were dealing with someone who was deceptive and manipulated you, or you were attracting in that same type of energy, and then you took off those rose-colored glasses and it's been a while and you're like, well, there's still no love here. It's because you had very important lessons to learn, because Spirit's telling me that after you left this manipulative situation or whatever it is, if they had sent this new person right in, because of what your experience in this castle, you could have pushed this good person away. You could have maybe been suspicious that, well, what if they're manipulative? What if they hurt me? And it could have made you like, again, let's say that Spirit sent a new person in, you may have, without meaning to, pushed them away or projected some of those fears from your past onto this new person. So if you have freed yourself from some sort of situation and it's been a while and you've been single, that's why. It's because it was meant for you to heal those things so that you don't carry those wounds into this new connection, right? If this is a connection where, or a situation where you are manifesting, like let's say you've released this person and you're hoping, like maybe that was your last attempt, like, okay, if I just release them, maybe they'll change, right? And I hear a lot of people say like people don't change, but I do not believe that. As someone who has changed, I do not believe that. And I've seen people change. And I've watched some of my beautiful friends here change and grow and evolve since I started reading for them. So I believe that people can change. But Spirit's saying like maybe you released this person a while ago and maybe there's been like a very long pause. It's because energy like that manipulative energy, that takes time to heal. So that rebirth wouldn't happen instantly is what I'm hearing. Again, I hope I'm not confusing. I hope I'm not confusing anybody. But yeah, that's what we have with the Cobra, and that's you. So again, it's almost like when you are ready for this and when Spirit feels you're ready, this person is going to appear in your life. I wish I could tell you when that is. The fact that we have secret here Confidential, Spirit's saying, we're not giving that away. We're not going to tell you when this is going to happen. Because again, I think there's certain lessons or realizations that need to be had. For a lot of you, I'm not going to lie, I feel like, and I don't think this is going to resonate with like my counterpart crew, but for a lot of you, I feel like, you know, this could be connected to a karmic. Like you could have been with someone quite toxic and they were taking up space in your life. And once you were ready to learn that lesson that you deserve better, that's when this new person will come in. Does that make sense? So for your person's energy, we have the eagle. And the first thing I heard when I saw this eagle card was I heard something about seeing the bigger picture. So I feel like this person is going to, like when they come into your life, it's all going to make sense. You're going to be able to see the bigger picture. This could be an air sign. One thing that I'm hearing is you could, like whoever this is, you could be like, you could feel ready right now. But maybe this person, you know, wasn't ready in the past to come in. And I'm not just talking about like a returning person. That could be new love as well. There could have been something that they needed to work on or accomplish in their own soul contract, or a lesson they needed to realize they needed to learn before you could appear in their life. I do feel like whatever this connection is, whether this is new or returning, you're meant to teach each other important lessons with the energy that I'm seeing. And maybe this person, you know, has been, the fact that the eagle is facing that way is maybe this person has been working on some of their soul contract before they could come into your energy. Again, it feels like this person is like ready to come into your energy. It's just like certain lessons need to be learned. Mindsets need to shift. Maybe somebody needs to be let go first, right? I'm hearing dead weight. So for some of you, again, I'm not talking about I'm not getting a counterpart feel with this. I'm getting more of, you know, I'm getting more of it like when I hear dead weight, I feel like maybe you were holding on to someone or a limiting belief that was weighing you down and taking up space in your life that this eagle is supposed to be taking up, if that makes sense. I do want to look at the eagle card because I was getting a lot of downloads about you originally rather than this person. Like it was all about you. Hang on, let me just grab the book. But the first thing I heard with that was bigger picture. So I do feel like when this person comes in, it's going to give you like, you're going to be able to see the bigger picture. Like, oh, that's why I had to let them go so that they could go off and change and evolve and see their bigger picture. Like you're going to be able to see the bigger picture of why it all went down the way it did. If you're not resonating with that returning message, then this is a message of you're going to see why you had to let go of that. I just keep hearing dead weight. You're going to be able to see why you had to let go of that person that was holding you down so that this person could come in. Like you're going to be able to see the bigger picture is what I'm hearing. This is an air sign, so you could be dealing with you could be dealing with an air sign. Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Where did my brain go? Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. So this does talk about transforming karma. So that's that's exactly, I think, why I'm getting the message that I am. That for some of you, this is someone who's learned a karmic lesson and who has changed their ways and is coming back in like a phoenix, like reborn, rebirthed energy, a new version of themselves. For others of you, you could have been with a karmic that you needed to release in order for this person to come in. Does that make sense? It also talks about a truth seeker. So whoever this is, you know, I feel like when they come in, when you come into alignment with them, this is someone who's very honest. This is someone who Like they could be an intellectual, they could love to learn, they could love to read. We have bright, radiant challenges. So this is someone who's like bright and radiant, gives me sun energy. So this is someone who has, you know, healed and they've overcome challenges in their life. I feel like they tackle challenges head on rather than running away from them. The other interesting thing is spirits pointing me to the shadow aspect of this card, which talks about controlling. Someone who's controlling. And I'm not saying, this didn't come up in the shadow. So I'm not saying, like, I don't believe Spirit's going to send you someone who will just come in and, like, control you and manipulate you again, because I feel like that could be something you experienced in the past. But the fact that Spirit's calling my attention to that, this could be someone who in the past was controlling and manipulative. Makes sense? Who's, you know, risen above that challenge, who's learned that karmic lesson, who's, you know, who's seeing the bigger picture about some of their shadowy ways is what I'm hearing. So please just take it how it resonates. I know this is interesting. The Eagle card says you'll be thrown into karmic fire for the sake of your transformation. And now, like I said, I didn't look at this book first, but now it's all making sense why I'm getting that energy that this is either someone that you had to throw out of that tower into the fire so that they could transform, or this is someone completely new after you dealt with a karmic. So please take that how it resonates. The noble eagle emanates the light of the sun. The great bird is both physically and spiritually strong. So, and also represents mastery over the elements of fire and air. So this is someone who's learned, whoever this is, whether you know them or not, this is someone who has learned how to keep their cool. This is someone who's learned how to not let their triggers get the best of them. And, you know, the fact that this says mastery over the elements of fire and air, like I feel like this, again, this is someone who can rise above altercations, can rise above arguments and remain level-headed is what I'm hearing. I do feel like this could be someone who's been through a transformation, whether you know them or not. So if this is a new person, like maybe this is someone who used to be, maybe this is someone who used to, you know, struggle with their shadows, but now they've evolved spiritually, and in a healing sense. It also talks about strong physically. So this could be someone who, you know, is very strong physically, like I'm hearing physique. So maybe they're like a weightlifter, or they like to work out, or maybe they used to, you know, maybe this is someone, again, I just say what Spirit tells me. Maybe this is someone who used to be like overweight and who has worked really hard to lose weight, if that makes sense. That'll resonate with someone. If this is someone that you know, this is someone that by taking this pause and taking off your rose-colored glasses, you have pushed this person to be their best self and transform in that fire is what I'm hearing. And I feel like whoever this is, whether you know them or not, this is someone who will push you to be your best and brightest, happiest self. So that's a really nice energy. And again, for a lot of you, I am hearing new. So this is like a new energy where maybe in the past you're used to partners who put you down or make you stay small or make you stay safe within that tower, like play small. You know, people please, stay quiet is what I'm hearing. Maybe in the past you're used to partners who kind of put you into a little box and clip your wings. Oh my gosh, the eagle. And this person doesn't want to clip your wings. This person doesn't want to control you. This person doesn't want to see you stay small. If anything, they want to inspire you to be, like this card says, your brightest, best self. And again, there's something about like seeing the bigger picture. So when you meet this person or when they come back, whatever it is for you, you're going to see why it all had to happen the way it did. And this person is going to show you kind of a new outlook on love is what I'm hearing. It says, grasp the sun in your talons and hold on for the ride. So I feel like you're going to go on quite a ride with this person. Maybe that's symbolic of like, I don't know why I just saw a motorcycle. Maybe this person drives a motorcycle. But I just heard like, you're going to go on quite an adventure with this person. I'm hearing Bilbo Baggins. Maybe Lord of the Rings is symbolic. I was hearing Bilbo Baggins in that moment about what an adventure. But whoever this is, you're about to go on a really amazing adventure with them. Travel could be involved. Like I think of the eagle with flying. So maybe you and this person, you know, fly or travel together. Take these messages as they resonate. To bring into balance, step into the unknown. Beautiful. Oh no. Tower moment. I just had a bunch of cards fall on the floor. Tower moment. So that's like confirmation that whoever this is, a tower needed, this castle needed to come down. Whatever that castle is, whether it's, again, an unstable relationship, limiting beliefs, whatever that is, it needed to come down so that this person can come in. I also feel called to say with that energy where all those cards just fell on the floor, that this could come in quite unexpectedly. Like it could happen quite unexpectedly for you. So let's keep going. Like I said, when I was shuffling, there was a few cards that I was seeing, and some of them came, like one of them came out for your person, but I did see the Ace of Cups and it was love abounds. So there is love coming. Just trust in that. And I feel like for some of you who picked this pile, you could be resonating with some of those limiting beliefs. Like, oh, what if I never find love? What if nobody ever loves me? Change the narrative, change that message. You can rewire that thought. You can replace those self-limiting beliefs with positive ones. So if you're ever feeling called to like type in my comment section or even say in your own head, no one will ever love me, just reframe it. Someone will love me. Like redirect that energy is what I'm hearing. So we have seek the truth, which makes sense with the other energies that are in this pile. Because this is the Seven of Swords and it talks about deception. So for some of you, again, I don't want to repeat myself, but everything I said about how you could have been with someone who was very deceptive and you could have had rose-colored glasses on. Maybe you didn't want to see the truth that this person was hurting you. And again, one of the symptoms or side effects, whatever the word is, of being with someone who is deceptive and manipulative is you question your own reality. So it's almost like even if you wanted to take off those rose-colored glasses, you don't know how because you're questioning your own reality. You could have even been wondering, am I the deceptive one? That's something that commonly happens when you're being manipulated. You start to think, am I the manipulative one? So there's definitely something about deception and Seven of Swords energy in this reading. It's kind of unavoidable. And I'm hearing it could have been unavoidable, like for this truth to come to light. It had to come to light. This also has to do with, I was talking about limiting mindsets, right? That energy of feeling like you're never going to meet anyone or you're never going to find anyone. You need to see the truth that you will find someone, that's just a limiting belief. That's just a fear keeping you stuck, right? And this is about like, this looks like someone who's parting the veil. So seeing through the veil of deception, which is what this card talks about as well. What else? I mean, I've already talked so much about that energy. I don't really feel like I need to say much more. And now I'm hearing, whoa, that's interesting. A really old car just drove by my house. Like it looked like an old Mustang or an old Corvette. That could be symbolic. I've definitely never seen that car before. The nice weather. It's the nice weather. The sun is coming out. This seek the truth is also showing me that when this person enters your life, again, this veil's going to part and you're going to see why it all had to happen the way it did. And you're going to see that you were always worthy of love. You were always worthy of encouragement, this eagle. You were always worthy of a partner who built you up and was the wind beneath your wings rather than the one pushing you down and making you stay small. Does that make sense? And definitely, like, I just want to be very clear about this. If you were dealing with someone who was like that deceptive energy, manipulative, pushing you down rather than being the wind beneath your wings, if they ever come back and they are in that energy, you do not have to accept them back. You do not have to accept them back. I have seen people like that change. Some people are like that because of their own conditioning and because it's learned behavior. And when they do the work and they see through their own bullshit and their own, like, they stop lying to themselves, they are capable of change. But I just want to be very clear here that in no, like, I'm telling you that in no way do I believe that you should ever take that type of energy back. If they come back in that same energy, unchanged, still manipulative, still trying to push you down, still trying to put you in this little box, no, just no. And by taking them back, you could be stopping something beautiful from entering your life, someone who will be the wind beneath your wings. I don't know why I keep saying that, and now I'm thinking of the song, You Were the Wind Beneath My Wings. So please take these messages as they resonate. Where do I want to put you? We'll put you right up here underneath Mr. Turtle. Let me make sure this is straight. I'm going to push those cards out of the way because I don't want to run over these cards. All right. What else? I saw something else when I was shuffling the cards. Green eyes could be symbolic. I saw the green eyes card. So green eyes could be symbolic. We also have this, like, what's really interesting is now I'm getting something. This is a heart, like, this is heart chakra color here, the green. And something's been keeping you from experiencing love. So however that's resonating with you, something has been stopping you from experiencing love, true love, like real love, and a heart awakening. And that's why I keep saying, for a lot of you, I feel like this is someone brand new. And I feel like there's, like, someone who needed to be, like, left in the past here. Spirit will also give me, like, more clear messages about that once I get a few tarot cards. So we'll see what happens. But again, in no way or form am I telling you to take a deceptive energy back. Unless they look so brand new that you can't even freaking recognize them and they seem like they've been body snatched or something. I don't even know what that means, but it almost feels like aliens came down and got them and, like, took out their brain and inserted a new one. Like, which I have seen people change. I've seen, again, I've seen people that are, manipulative. I've seen them change. It is possible. But again, unless this person comes back in and you feel like they've been abducted by aliens because they're acting so different, I wouldn't take them back. And that's, like, my honest truth for you. And again, for a lot of you, this feels new. So this card came out, which I'm not surprised this card came out. I also have to mention that we have Seek the Truth is number 7, and 25 reduces to 7. For some of you, this could have been a marriage that you were in, where you were with like a deceptive, manipulative, controlling partner. Some of the things that I was seeing is like someone, and it makes me sad. Like it makes me really sad to hear these things. But some of the things that Spirit was telling me, like this could have been someone who like told you that you couldn't go out with your friends, or told you how to dress, or told you that, you know, you weren't good, or that you couldn't accomplish anything, and that you'd always be alone if you left them. Like that's some of the things I was seeing. And as I'm saying that, I'm hearing something else, that it might have not been a romantic partner that you were connected to. That could have been like your parent, which again makes me sad. Now I'm thinking of like the fact that Spirit keeps giving me this energy of tangled. So this could be like this castle energy. You could have been like, think of the mother in Tangled, who wouldn't let her go outside, wouldn't let her, like told her she couldn't accomplish anything, was, you know, really mean to her. And that could be something that was keeping you stuck, is like if you had a parent that treated you that way and fed you full of all of these like limiting beliefs, that could be the voice you hear in your head. Like it could be connected to a parental figure and not to someone that you used to be with. Does that make sense? I just heard that. That it could be that this deceitful, manipulative energy that I'm talking about is actually a parent, which makes sense, the fact that I was seeing Tangled, because like I said, that's about her mother keeping her in a tower. And think of how Rapunzel felt. I know I talk about her all the time, but think of how she felt when she left that tower. It was almost like she was yo-yoing. She was like, oh my gosh, it feels so good to be free. But what if I'm a terrible person for like leaving my castle? What if I'm, you know, what if I'm making a mistake? So I don't know why Spirit is bringing that to my attention, but they did. So again, this could even be stemming from a parent, and maybe you've spent your whole life not believing in yourself. You've spent your whole life thinking that you're not worthy. And that mindset that that parent instilled in you is keeping you very stuck. And there's a very strong message that when you're ready to be loved, really loved, truly seen and loved, which, let me finish this thought, Spirit, please. When you're ready to be truly loved, this person will appear. But maybe in the past you haven't been ready. Like it just dawned on me that maybe there is no one in your past. Maybe that's a parental figure that I'm picking up on. And in order to be ready to be loved, do you know what needs to happen first? In any case, like whether you were with a manipulative partner, whether this is this person coming back like an abducted alien, whether you didn't have anybody in that tower, you were just alone. Do you know what needs to happen before you can be ready for love? You need to love yourself. So if right now in this moment, and I'm almost like, I need to pause the video for 1 minute. This reading has taken a very strange turn because, like I said, all of a sudden I'm picking up on some kind of parental wounding. But if you are someone who doesn't love yourself, you know, I just want to tell you that you are worthy of love and that you are lovable, and that it's important that you, maybe those rose-colored glasses are how you see yourself. Maybe you have rose-colored glasses on when you're looking at yourself, and I don't mean like you're looking at yourself like, oh, I'm just perfect, and I'm not talking about that. But again, in order to be ready for love, you have to love yourself first. And I know that sounds so cliche, and I never used to believe that, but I do truly believe that now. And if you are someone who doesn't love yourself, it's very important that you look into self-love and you do learn how to love yourself, because you are lovable, and you need to see the truth that you're lovable. You need to see the truth that you're worthy of love, and you need to see yourself through the eyes of love. Like, look at yourself through the eyes of love. And now all of a sudden, like, think of yourself like this reading has taken a very strange turn. Now I'm seeing this video that I saw recently where it's by Aaron Doughty, and he was using a baby as an example. So if you're looking at yourself like you're not worthy of love, and you're not worthy of like unconditional love, and you're someone who feels like you need to perform a certain way to earn love, or you have to, be good in order to earn love. Spirit's saying, see yourself as a baby. Like, think about a baby. Does a baby have to do anything to deserve love? Does a baby have to perform to deserve love? The sad thing is that for some parents, yes, they do. Because some parents, like, I'm not saying all parents, a lot of parents, when the baby cries, they comfort the baby. When the baby needs to be fed, they feed the baby. When the baby needs comfort, they comfort the baby. But maybe as a child, like, this reading is like, what is happening? Maybe as a child, when you cried, you were punished. Maybe as a child, when you had a need, your parents made you feel bad about having that need. So start with seeing yourself as an innocent little baby. You are worthy of love. You don't have to always be happy in order to deserve love. You don't always have to be perfect in order to deserve love or be lovable. You don't have to look perfect. You don't have to act perfect. You are worthy of love just as you are. And I just wanted to tell you that. Anyway, I don't know what happened. Whoa. All right, let's keep going. We have soulmate, which is very beautiful. And there's, I want to talk about the fact that whoever this is coming towards you, this is a soulmate, and you're going to feel that energy. So you could feel like you've met them before. You could feel a familiarity with them. There's another important message that's coming out now that I've tapped into that other thing about the baby and the parents, is that if you want to call love into your life, remember that love comes in all forms and shapes and sizes. Soulmates come in all forms and shapes and sizes. Soulmates don't just have to be romantic love. And again, when this Cobra card is saying, when you're ready, love will appear. And some of the ways that you could prepare yourself for that love is to see the love that's all around you. Whether that's self-love, whether that's like, this card even talks about a pet. So like if you have a pet, start showing your pet love. Your pet will show you love back. Pets are amazing for that. Pets are wonderful. And I believe like pets are our soulmates. So by adding more love into your current energy and believing that you're worthy of that love, it'll help call whoever this is in. Back to what I was saying though, for some of you, and again, I hate to confuse you, but for some of you, this person who I haven't even gotten to, I totally forgot about this person. Didn't I say I was going to do like one card on each side? Nope. It's all about you today, my friend. It's all very focused on you. And I think that you need it. I also think that that's a sign of what's to come for you, that this person is going to put a lot of energy into focusing on you and filling up your cup and giving you love. And I feel like that's what you deserve. I feel maybe that's what you've been craving. This did come out in reverse. Spirit told me not to keep it in reverse, but it did come out in reverse. So for those of you who are hoping this is that like person who's been body snatched or whatever and is coming back completely new, there is a message for that collective, which I'm going to read to you now. But please don't take this message if you're if you're resonating new, this message is not for you, okay? This is only for those of you where you're calling back in a body, the alien abducted person. I don't know why it's coming through like that. I should just say like the transformed person, but for some reason I keep hearing body snatchers. I don't know why I keep hearing that. I don't even know what that's about. I do know why I'm hearing it, because that's the message that Spirit's giving me, but Spirit's not telling me what that means. So for those of you who are calling in new love, I'm just going to read this to you. I'm going to read you something. You are meant to evolve and transform with the companionship of others. Certain people enter your life in order to take you to the next level of healing, this person, the next level of healing, consciousness, and authenticity. There's something very authentic about what's coming towards you, where you can be your authentic self, where you can be that baby who has needs and not worry that you're going to be neglected for having those needs. Does that make sense? It's always a reciprocal experience. You know these people by the strong pull drawing you towards them. Sometimes by a strong aversion to them initially too, and that is so true. Sometimes when someone is meant to teach us a lesson, the Cobra, it's almost like our ego resists it at first. So for some of you, when you meet this person, you could even have an aversion to them. And what I mean by that is like, let's say this person is a bodybuilder driving a motorcycle, right? And maybe that's not your typical type. Inside, you could be like, oh my gosh, that person's like a bodybuilder. They go to the gym every day. They drive a motorcycle. Like, I don't know if that person's for me. I don't know if that's for me. And Spirit's saying like, just give it a chance. Anyway, you will be changed in ways you can't possibly fathom. Pay attention to these people today. They are your greatest gifts. So I do feel like if this is new, again, you're either going to feel a strong pull towards them or you're going to feel a strong aversion to them. And kind of the example that I gave, like another example that I'm hearing is like maybe this person, I don't know why I'm hearing this, but maybe this person has long hair and like typically you don't like people with long hair, if that makes sense. I don't know why that's coming through. And tangled, the long hair tangled. I don't know what Spirit's doing to me right now. The other thing this card talks about is it talks about friends and companion animals. So like I said, if you're someone who's trying to call in love, noticing the love that's already around you and putting a lot of energy into like your animals or your friendships or self-love will help call this person in. And now there's a very specific message for those of you who are dealing with someone who, the past version of them, maybe it took you a while. Like maybe this person, if you're calling in someone transformed, this could have been someone who was a soulmate who came into your life to teach you a very important lesson, to teach you a lesson that you deserve better than that type of treatment, that you deserve better. You deserve to see the truth of yourself. You deserve reciprocal energy. You deserve honesty. You deserve all of those things. And this could have been someone where you had some kind of, I'm just thinking of this Cobra card, where you were meant to teach each other lessons, because this one talks about when you're ready to learn the lesson, the teacher appears. So maybe you were ready to learn a lesson about this type of energy. Like this person, for example, I'm picking up on a parental wound. This person could have triggered a parental wound that you needed to heal by showing up in a version where they were acting a little bit like one of your parents and triggering that wound within you that your parents kind of instilled in you, if that makes sense. And maybe you were meant to teach this person a lesson to transform out of that icky, I'm hearing icky, transform them, karma. You were meant to help them by putting up a boundary and saying, I deserve better than how you're treating me. It was meant to teach them a lesson to transform those qualities about themselves into something healthier and to overcome those challenges. So again, if you don't pay attention to what I'm about to say unless you're resonating with calling back in a rebirthed version of this person you had to put up boundaries with and take off your rose-colored glasses. And if they were to change, you would take them back. Does that make sense? This is only for those of you who resonate with that. An important relationship brings you to your knees. This is the kind of soulmate who comes with a powerful gift. Your patterns and all your old stories that don't serve your well-being enter this dynamic so that you can heal them. This person is called to a sacred task to help you learn, even if it seems uncomfortable, sticky, or even inconceivable. The question is not, why did he or she do this to me? But rather, what is the gift in this? Look in the mirror, you will only be changed for the better. So again, I'm getting this energy where this could be someone who's transformed, where you were meant to teach each other these very important lessons so that you could both change and evolve. But again, take it as it resonates. So again, I said that I was not going to do that. And what did I do? I focused completely on you. And my guides are telling me that this person is going to be very attentive to your needs. They're going to put a lot of energy into this. It's going to be very reciprocal, very authentic, and they're going to put you first, is what I'm hearing, which I think you deserve, because I don't know if you've ever had that. So for their side, we have well-deserved reward. So this is where, Spirit's giving me two different scenarios. So this is definitely someone that you deserve in the best possible way, and a well-deserved reward. Like, you've been waiting for this. I want to say you've been patient for it. You've been, this is, how can I put this? You deserve this love that's coming in. Again, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to put wind beneath your wings type of energy. It's going to be uplifting. You're going to be able to see the bigger picture of why everything had to happen the way it did. Kind of like how I think about Rapunzel. She probably is in the castle, like not her original castle, but in her actual castle with Finn. Is his name Finn? Flynn Rider, Finn, whatever fuck his name. But I'm sure that she is somewhere right now in like magical Disney land. She's not with him right now thinking, oh, why did all that have to happen to me? And she's seeing the bigger picture. She sees, oh, that's why it all had to happen the way it did, so that I could find this love and I could find myself. So again, I really do feel like you're going to be able to see the bigger picture here, and you're going to see the blessings in it. With well-deserved reward, this is something you deserve. This is a type of love you truly deserve. And again, you don't need to perform to be worthy of that love. That's not love if you have to perform, is what I'm hearing. The well-deserved reward card is linked to the Nine of Pentacles, though. So whoever this is, it's almost like they're in the energy of, it's like they're in their highest timeline. They've stepped into their higher self. So really transformed, really like improved. This is someone who's independent, self-sufficient, confident, and again, who has done a lot of work on themselves. So If this is someone from your past returning, for example, they're coming back in a completely different energy. Like they're coming back as their higher self, where maybe in the past you knew their lower self. If this is someone new, this is someone who's worked hard on themselves, like they've put in the work, just like I think you have. And they're ready to show you what love is. What song am I hearing? That's not the question. Spirit just told me. The question is not what song you're hearing. What song is pile 2 hearing? So tell me what song you just heard when I said they're going to show you what love is. What song did you just hear? Whoever I'm hearing, you heard a song and I want to know what it is. Because I can't make out what that song is, but somebody's hearing a song in their head right now and I want to know what it is. So tell me. We have patience. And the magical thing about this is, first of all, it has the divine timing clock, which, meh. Divine timing, meh. But it's 16, and 16 is tower energy. So whoever this is, again, I'm going to try to stop telling you who this is. You know who this is. Whoever this is, there's a few messages here. One, they've been patiently waiting to come back into your energy after you've learned these lessons. So for example, if this is someone new, they've been waiting for you to release that deceptive energy, or to stop lying to yourself, or to release self-limiting beliefs, or to heal your, the wounds that you feel about your parents. They've been waiting for you to feel worthy of love so that they can come in and be with you. If this is someone that you knew in the past, it's almost like this person, how can I put this without sounding like, sometimes I know I sound a little crazy, but this is someone who is waiting for you to leave the tower. So if you were with this person in the past and it was very unstable and you did need to free yourself from that unhealthy connection in order for there to be that regeneration, this person could have been, I'm not saying this person on a conscious level, but on a soul level, they were waiting for that tower to come down so that they could go through this regeneration, so that they could learn their own lessons, so that they could come back stronger and in a new form. Does that make sense? If this is someone, there's something about this person needed to wait until this tower came down, whatever that tower is to you. You'll know what that tower means to you. Whoever this is, and again, you'll know who this is, was waiting on a soul level 16 for that tower to come down, for that tower to happen, so that they could come in to be with you. Yeah. And I feel like whoever this is someone, the fact that we have the patience card, I feel like that this is someone who's going to be very patient. And I don't know if you've ever dated or been with someone who's very patient, but it's very nice. It can also be somewhat triggering if you're someone who's used to chaos. And I'm just going to use myself as an example. So like I grew up in a very chaotic household, and I was like someone who, it's not that I liked to argue, but it was almost like on a subconscious level, I was more comfortable with chaos. And, my partner, the person I had children with, is someone who's very, very patient, very, very, very patient. And while it was really good for me to have someone who was really patient, because I was someone who was very wounded, it was also very confusing to me. So when I was self-sabotaging and he would just stand there and be patient with me and not fight back, I'd be like, why aren't you fighting? Why aren't you fighting with me? Why aren't you fighting back? So if this is someone who's very patient, for example, and you had a lot of wounding or triggers, maybe some of that needed to heal before this person could come into your energy. Does that make sense? Bottom line is, this is someone who is very patient and will be patient with you. And again, it's a game changer to be with someone who's very patient. And again, we saw it with the eagle. This is someone who's mastered the element of fire and air. So they don't let their, their triggers or that fire energy get the best of them. They can remain level-headed. I'm almost seeing the King of Cups in their energy. So they could be a water sign, someone who is emotionally mature, emotionally intelligent. If this is a returning person, I feel like you've had to be patient for them to transform. Oh my gosh, hang on. Thank you for waiting. I had to have something to eat. I only left the reading for a minute. Like, I swear it took me less than a minute to take a bite of food. But when I channel, I forget, I lose all sense of time. And I completely forgot to eat something before I started your pile, and my stomach was screaming at me, so I just had to stop it to have one bite of food. Anyway, I'm really hoping this reading is recording, because I had this weird feeling when I hit stop that I didn't hear the noise. So I hope that that first part recorded, otherwise I'm going to cry. But what I was saying is, if this is someone who, let's say it is that transformed person. Again, I keep hearing body snatchers. Let's say it is that transformed person. It could be, oh my gosh, I didn't even make that connection. It could be that it's taken them a while to overcome some of those icky traits. I keep calling it icky. I've never called anything like that icky, which is funny. But maybe it took them some time to for that foundation to crumble and for them to rebuild themselves in that new version of themselves. Spirit's also calling my attention to the fact that we have the eagle. In this card, the person has eagle wings and eagle feathers coming out of their head. And now they're calling my attention to the fact that this is very similar. So there's a very strong message that whatever the truth is that you needed to see, whatever your truth is, that you needed to see it in order for this person to kind of appear. Anyway. And then I don't even remember what this card, oh, no place like home. So this is very beautiful, because I'm just going to read you what this card says, because this is an indication of how you're going to feel with this person or what kind of connection you're going to have with them. I would say that you're probably going to end up living with this person. I think it's interesting that we have this house in the sky. I don't think this person wants to put you in a tower, though, like Tangled and Rapunzel. I don't think this person wants to put you in a tower where nobody can get you. That's not what I'm seeing. But I do see that you could end up living with this person. Possibly marrying this person, because it's 50, which reduces to 5, which is Hierophant energy, which does talk about higher level of commitment. The fact that we have the house high up, higher level of commitment. There's something, whoever this is, there's something about ascension, though. There's something about growth, because the eagle's up in the sky. The house is up in the sky. This person on this card is up on the top of this building. So there is something about how this person has grown and evolved, whoever they are, whether you know them or not. So 50, this is for however it resonates to you. Authenticity, coming home to yourself. So that's, I think that's why I was hearing that if you, in order to be ready for love and to call love in, you kind of have to feel at home in yourself and love yourself. I'm not saying you have to, but in order to call in a 10 of Cups energy it's best if you're already emotionally fulfilled and happy and healthy. Anyway. So, lovers, friends, and companion animals are all at home in your life right now. You could end up having animals together because both of these cards talked about companion animals, so you could end up having pets together. You are in sync and full of love, and you can be secure in the knowledge that it is reciprocated. Relationships elicit a sense of emotional safety, comfort, and the best aspects of familiarity now. Be home in this relationship. Together, you add love to the world. So that's beautiful, and it's also on page 188, which reduces to 17. And that's what comes after the Tower. 17. Healing, hope. Hope is restored. Wishes coming true. Wish fulfillment comes after the Tower. Man, that took me a long time. So let's get you some tarot. So let's see. Oh, that's beautiful. 5 of Cups in reverse on the first cut. So 5 of Cups in reverse is about healing past wounds. It's about letting go of the past, healing, you know, the things that happened in the past, healing past versions of yourself. I love it. 7 of Wands, that's about boundaries, which makes sense with this boundary you have around yourself right here. So maybe you had, again, maybe there had to be healing. Maybe this person had to heal before they could come into your energy. Whoever they are, even if they're new. Maybe they've been on their own healing journey. We have the 9 of Swords. Interesting. That's anxiety. All right. So Spirit, let's get an indication of who this is. We have Temperance. So someone where, you know, that you have to be patient. There's a lot of patience with the Temperance card. I do feel like, you know, this is going to be a connection that's very balanced, very harmonious. Could be a Sagittarius. We have the World, completion of a cycle. So maybe this couldn't come in until some sort of cycle ended, however that's resonating with you. I don't need to repeat all the scenarios I was hearing. You can just apply that to whatever scenario you're resonating with. We have the 10 of, we have the 10 of Cups, emotional fulfillment. That's beautiful. And we have the Empress. That is some nice, those are some nice cards, my friend. Very, very nice. We also have the 3 of Cups. So this could be, for some of you, it could be a reunion energy. For some of you, maybe this person, like it starts off as a friendship and leads to love. Take it as it resonates. Beautiful. Beautiful. So let's see who is your future love. Who is this future person? I wish I had known what that card is. Who is this future person? We have the 9 of Wands. Interesting. And we have the Fool. So whoever this is, they're looking brand new. The Fool could point towards new love. The 9 of Wands is an energy of someone who's been self-improving, like who's been through a lot of self-improvement. It's also an energy of like, you're almost there. So there's a message here that you're almost at whatever this is. You're almost there. So don't give up. 9 of Wands, don't give up. Spirit says, Spirit knows you're wounded and weary from battle, but you still need to have hope and determination. That's the message of the 9 of Wands. So don't give up hope here. You're almost there. It feels like this new beginning is almost here. So don't give up. I do feel like this, you know, again, I'm getting self-improvement with this energy, with your person's energy. So this is someone who, you know, maybe like you. Oh gosh, why is that in my head? What? I don't even know. I'm hearing, I feel like this could be from like a Barbie movie. My daughter used to love those movies. But I'm hearing, I'm just like you, you're just like me. That song? I'm just like you, you're just like me. And I was just about to say when that song came through that the Nine of Wands can sometimes remind me of someone who's been through a lot in their life, a lot of challenges, who, you know, maybe carries some baggage with them, but is working to improve it. And I was just thinking about the energy that for some of you, not all of you, I was getting with parental wounding. So I feel like you and this person are very similar. Like you both had wounding. You've both been through a lot of self-improvement when you know, have this new beginning here. Yeah, Spirit's saying this is coming. 7 of Pentacles. So don't give up is what I'm hearing. Now I'm hearing there's a lot of music in this reading. Don't Give Up by Peter Gabriel could be symbolic. Let's get one more card for who this is. Whoa, we have the Empress. So this is someone very, there's a couple ways that I could interpret this, which is for some of you, let's put the heart up here for now. We have Justice. So for some of you, this could have been someone, there's a clear message here that this could have been someone that you knew in the past who was very defensive about the things they needed to improve about themselves. And it could have been that you had to release them and you had to realize your worth and be this Empress before they learn their lesson, because we have Justice on the bottom. So this could have been someone, and again, I don't like to give this, oh my goodness, I don't want to give this message for everyone. You'll know if this is your message, but there's a very strong energy here that if you knew this person, they would have been like very defensive about the improvements they needed to make. And maybe you needed to embody this Empress energy and learn how to nurture yourself and be your own hero, I'm hearing. And, you know, like I said, this person could have treated you unfairly or blamed you unfairly for their behaviors, for the things they needed to heal. And there's a message here that this is someone who's improved, who's realized your worth and wants to bring justice and balance and have an honest conversation with you, which is interesting because we have, I meant to mention this, on your person's side, they had the throat chakra card come out as well, but I didn't include it in the spread because I like to keep things in alignment, and I meant to mention it. So something about like honest communication. That's for whoever this is, though. This person will be communicating honestly with you, even if they're new. If this is someone who's new, this is someone who has been through self-improvement. Spirit reminded me, if this is someone that you used to know, they needed to learn a karmic lesson. But back to the new person. If this is someone new, this is someone who's overcome a lot of obstacles in their life, who's been through many self-improvements, and is in this very like feminine energy where they're very nurturing, they're very compassionate, and again, they believe in you. They're the wind beneath your wings, and I feel like they're gonna see, you know, the Empress that you are, is what I'm hearing. For some of you, you could have a baby with this person in the future if you want that, or a fur baby, because these cards talked about companion animals. So just give me a sec. What do I want to ask? Just give me a second. I want to see what energy, like when they show up in your life, what energy will you be in? So what energy are you going to be in when this person shows up in your life? We have the King of Wands, standing in your power. Standing in your power, knowing your worth. Yeah. You could be doing something quite creative. You could be leading others in some way. I was hearing social media, so this person could like see you on social media. But, you know, you're taking control of your life when this person comes into your life. With this King of Wands, we also have the Lovers. So for some of you, that's confirmation. If this is someone new, this person comes into your life after you take control of this situation and free yourself. And you make, you know, the choice to take control of the situation and to put up boundaries and to like release them. If this is someone new, for example, even if this is someone returning, it definitely feels like when they come back, you're in this very empowered energy. Where's my little book? Where are you, little book? I just want to look at the King of Wands for you. King of Wands, leadership, vision, big picture. Oh my gosh, when you're seeing the big picture, how many times was I saying bigger picture, bigger picture, bigger picture? So when you're seeing the bigger picture of things, it talks about taking control, daring decisions, boldness, optimism. Listen to this. When you're in the energy where you believe that you're competent and capable, and then it says there will be a chance of meeting interesting people. So when you're in the energy where you feel competent and capable of whatever you put your mind to, it's like that's when this person comes back in. It's beautiful. It's also a reminder to trust oneself. So when you trust yourself and the decisions that you've made and the path you're taking, this person is going to show up in your life. When you're embracing your strength and wisdom. So keep that in mind. That's the energy you want to embody to call this in. Let's see what energy they're going to be in when they come in. What energy will this person be in? Why you got to do me like that, Spirit? Why do you got to do that to me? So what energy will they be in? So for some of you, I'll get the new one out of the way first. So if this is someone new, this is someone who's in the energy of dogs. Dogs could be symbolic. Pets could be symbolic. They could be like spending time with their pet when you meet them, or like walking their dog or something. But this is someone who's been working on their childhood wounding. This is someone who, when they come into your life, they're going to feel a soulmate connection with you, which means you're going to feel it too. Because it's showing that this person is going to feel like a familiarity to you. They're going to feel, that pull that soulmate card talked about, almost like you've known each other in a past life or you've met before. There's also something, again, about childhood wounding and like overcoming challenges. And maybe that's part of that contract that I was talking about, where they have things they need to learn, baggage they need to unpack before. Look, that's significant, because I was just about to say the way that what just happened with those cards, I was going to say there could be important lessons that they need to learn, childhood wounds they need to heal, so that when they come into your energy, they don't mess up your alignment. And as I was just about to say that, all the cards went out of alignment. So, sign. If you do know this person is going, like, this is an energy of someone from your past, Six of Cups. So for some of you, that must be why I keep getting that past energy. And this is someone who, again, will have done some healing. They're going to be in a very nostalgic energy. So if you know this person, they're probably going to approach you in an energy of like, I right away want to say apology. Like they've seen the bigger picture. They've improved themselves and, want to make amends. But I feel like this is someone, like, if you know them, they're going to come in this energy of like nostalgia. So they're going to come in this energy of like, I've missed you. I can't stop thinking about you. I was looking at your pictures. I was thinking about that memory the other day when we were doing this and blah, blah, blah. Does that make sense? So how are you going to feel about, no, do I want to do that? First, I want to look at the energy. I want to look at what this connection will be like first. So show me what this connection will be like. Show me what this connection will be like. Oh my gosh, we have the sun, which the eagle talks about the sun. That is beautiful. And we have this sun behind this person. We have a sun behind the patience lady. We have the sun above this, seeing the truth. So again, it's going to be clear when you're with this person. Like, you're going to have clarity. It's all going to make sense. It's very healing energy with the sun. It's happiness. It's the happiest card in the deck. It's like fulfillment, happiness, being content, feeling healed, you know, beautiful energy for what this connection is going to be like. That is absolutely beautiful. Very strong with the strength card. That's a lot of fire. So it's going to be a strong relationship. Happy, strong, fulfilling relationship. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let's see how you will feel about this person. How will you feel about them? We have the Star. So for some of you, there's like a huge confirmation that, remember the alien thing I was talking about? So for some of you, there is a confirmation that if this is someone that you know, and you'll know if it is, that you're going to feel like they've healed. Your hope is going to be restored in this. That's beautiful. Really quick before I get ahead of myself. We have Taurus and Libra. We have Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. We have Leo. We have Aquarius. If you don't know this person is going to reawaken your hopes and love. They're going to reawaken, you know, hope in you, basically. I just don't even know how else to say that. It's going to feel like a wish fulfillment. You're going to feel like you got super lucky. Like, look at this. Like, I snagged a good one. So I love that for you. And look, we have the Magician. So it's everything you've been manifesting. And that's what I mean. Like, this could be someone that you know, where you've been manifesting a completely different version of them. Let's see how they're going to feel about you. Whoa, wish fulfillment. So you're going to feel the both, like, you're both going to feel the same way about each other, because these are very similar cards. Very, very similar. Both of these cards talk about wish fulfillment. So they're going to feel very fulfilled, very positive, very happy, whoever this is. That is beautiful. And all of a sudden, my cheeks are on fire. Like, I feel this fire energy. Like, so that could either be passion that I'm feeling, or it could be like karmic lessons being learned with the eagle. So I feel like if you know this person, for how they feel about you, it's almost like this person, I don't even want to say if you know them, for whoever this is, they're going to feel very happy and positive that A, you either walked away from them so that they could wake up and heal and change and evolve and grow. Or if you don't know this person is going to feel happy that you walked away from whatever that was keeping you stuck. Beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Let's see some of the strengths within this connection. So what will be a strength? We have Temperance. So balance, healing, patience, harmony. Beautiful. That's a beautiful card. One of the strengths, I feel like you are going to be very balanced within, like, with your feminine and masculine energy, and they're going to be very balanced. I feel like you two are going to complement each other's energies. Interesting. However, like, whatever your temperaments are, whatever your energies are, I feel like they're going to complement each other. And again, it's going to, like, this is harmonious. This is a strength here, very harmonious. And it feels like you're no longer allowing whatever happened in the past, even if you were never together before, like, even if this is brand new, you're no longer letting the past affect the future, which is absolutely beautiful. Let's see a weakness. If that Seven of Swords comes out, I swear. What will one of the weaknesses be in this connection? Okay, good. Well, is it good, Spirit? Is it good? It even came out in reverse. So let me, like, that's how I was going to read it anyway, but fuck. Can I just So one of the weaknesses here could be sometimes there are miscommunications with the Page of Swords, clashing perspectives. So that's telling me, like, remember what I was saying about when you meet this person, You may feel an aversion to them. Like maybe you have differences. That doesn't need to be a weakness, but that's what's coming out for the weakness section. Or pull card, whatever. But this talks about like sometimes like miscommunications or difficulty seeing eye to eye, or like when I'm thinking of clashing perspectives, I'm thinking like maybe you two like, you know, have different views on things and sometimes that clashes. But one of your strengths is, you know, you always kind of keep it balanced and keep it harmonious. So I don't feel like, I feel like this is healthy clashing perspectives. Like I'm seeing the example of like, maybe you want to get a dog and they want to get a cat. Like maybe they're a cat lover, you're a dog lover. And you kind of need to come to some sort of compromise and meet in the middle about what kind of animal you're going to get. And if you want my advice on that, get one of each. Best of both worlds. Just get one of each. That way everybody wins. But the fact that like why I had that reaction is because I was anticipating the Seven of Swords coming out for a weakness, because I do feel like for some of you, you know this person. And I feel like in the past, they had some Seven of Swords tendencies, which can talk about like manipulation and like deceit and things like that. And the fact that this came out as a weakness, the Page of Swords in reverse, can talk about someone who can appear like they're being manipulative. And I'll explain. Can I explain what I mean? Yes, I can, because the book is still here. I just want to explain because this feels like it's connected if you knew this person in the past. I'm not saying they're coming back in a manipulative energy, but I think that it's very telling that this came out as the weakness, because that is the energy I was picking up on that was kind of in your past energy. So very clever, opinionated, and very good with words. They may be slightly too clever for your liking, and you might suspect that they are capable of sharp practice or deception. And to me, that's like the reason I had that reaction, is because for some of you, this is like someone that you used to know. So again, this has been a very long reading. But just remember what I said. If this person comes back, like if you're manifesting this person back and they come back in that crappy energy, do not take them back. Do not take them back unless they look like they, again, have been abducted by aliens and are completely different. And just know that if that is you who was dealing with someone like that in the past, that you're worthy of something beautiful. You're worthy of new love. Anyway, one of the weaknesses, we have the Knight of Swords, which does talk about like there's something about communication, like intense, like, yes, this person has worked on themselves. Yes, they have worked on those, like that fire energy, those triggers. But the Knight of Swords and the Page of Swords talks about like sometimes there could be like an intensity, like if they're feeling triggered. And I'm not saying that's all the time. I am not saying that's all the time, but it's something to be aware of. What is your advice about this? What is your advice, or what can you do to welcome love in? What is your advice? What can you do to welcome love in? What is your advice? So we do have the Two of Cups. So for advice, this is a lot. There's something about shifting your perspective, the way you view love. So if you are looking at it as you are not worthy of love, you'll never find love, Spirit's saying to shift that perspective. We also have the Devil in reverse, which talks about taking control. It talks about freeing yourself. So freeing yourself from those perspectives, freeing yourself from toxic people, toxic situations, freeing yourself from attachment. So, you know, like I said, if for whatever reason you're still in that tower with someone deceptive, you need to release them, and you need to change your perception, change that limiting belief, and know that you are worthy of love. If this is someone that you know, your advice is to have an honest and heartfelt conversation with them to make sure that they have a new understanding about their own traits and the way they show up in a connection. Because you do not want to take a toxic, like you do not want to take this devil energy back. Spirit's saying that. Like this Four of Cups talks about like new perspectives. So make sure they're showing you a new perspective if this is someone that you know. Okay? It's also a reminder, like if this is someone new, try not to carry that wounding that other person gave you into this connection. Because, you know, this right here is telling me this new person is not that devil, okay? So try not to carry that into this connection. And there's a very strong message that whoever this is, whether it's new or whatever, that they're going to show you a new outlook on love. They're going to show you what love truly is. And for some of you, you don't even see this coming. You don't even see this beautiful, beautiful energy coming. So if you're over here with some self-limiting beliefs and like lower vibrational energy and like love will never come, I'll never find love, I'm not lovable, Spirit's saying turn that energy around and release those limiting beliefs, okay? Oh my gosh, this reading is so long. It felt like 2 readings all in one. Let's see the future potential of this connection, please, Spirit. Future potential. Oh my gosh, we have the Four of Wands. That's fucking beautiful. I can't help it. I can't help it, Spirit. I can't help it, swear. It's not Spirit that cares. It's YouTube. YouTube can be weird about that. Outcome, Four of Wands, union, marriage, celebration, happily ever after. And look on the bottom, we have the Hierophant. Didn't I tell you I thought, oh, whoa. Didn't I tell you I thought you were going to marry this person? And that's the outcome, marriage. Important spiritual lessons being learned too. And we have the Emperor. So we do have like Emperor, Empress energy within this pile. So a divine pairing, beautiful commitment. There's a lot of commitment and stability here in your outcome, which I love for you. I love it for you. Building an empire together. You could become a power couple. So before we end this reading, instead of, I'm drooling, instead of charms, I'm going to get some of these cards, which just kind of say who this could be. And if, I wouldn't be surprised if we get, because I feel like there's somebody here who knows this person. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get some of that energy out in this deck. We have gambler, risk taker, speculation, addiction, debt, fortune. Interesting. If that is, that would be something they've healed, I'm hearing. So just keep that in mind. We have genius, bearer of gifts, extraordinary, intelligent, innovative mind, exceptional ability, which makes sense with the eagle. Could be someone very intelligent. And we have traveler, which I did mention. Traveling could be a thing. Seeker of horizons, adventure, experience, long journey. We also have dancer, weaver of grace, movement, harmony, rhythm, passion. My ear is ringing. Interesting. My ear just started ringing. Better answer it. We have magician, channeler of power, potential, magic, illusion, manifestation. And guess what? I don't even want to take that card. That's a gross card. I'm not taking it. I'm not telling you what it is either. I just, Spirit was like, get rid of that card. It has nothing to do with you or your situation. Don't worry. It's like, it's about being a madman. So maybe this person did used to be a madman, but just keep in mind the magician in reverse can be someone who's manipulative. So if this is, you know, someone that you used to know, maybe they've turned their energy around. And if they haven't, then they can get lost. Tell them Kelly said get bent. I'm not usually that feisty in my readings. That's interesting. Maybe you or your person, feisty? Look, we have a stranger. So for some of you, new. Passerby, encounter by chance, mutual aid, new friend. Don't they look like they're on a motorcycle? We have journalist, chronicle of stories, reporting, interview, inquiry, promotion, vendor, mercher, retailer, individual, entrepreneur, engineer, architect of solutions, engineering practice, problem solver, complex, oh my gosh, complex, what? It's like my mouth is shutting down. Complex systems, technology, blacksmith, forge, melting, shaping, tempering, knight, keeper of honor, armor, battle, loyalty. I was just hearing your knight in shining armor to come get you from the tower. But Spirit just told me it's not about this person saving you from that tower. It's about you saving yourself. Animal shaman, animal spirits, spiritual leader, nature. Love it. Oh, fuck. I knew that card was going to come out. I knew that card was going to come out. All right. We have educator, imparter, mentor, guide, teacher, spy, seeker of secrets, intelligent agent, covert, espionage, undercover. And then we have the 7 of fucking swords card. Betrayal, deceit, disloyalty, conspiracy, broken bonds. So take that as it resonates, my friend. And we have on the bottom, could be a farmer, spiritual seeker, devotee of the inner path, meditation, insight, practice. So I have a few more cards. I was just about to finish and Spirit's like, no, you're not done. So let's see some, these are just keywords. Oh man, okay. We have analytical, makes sense, so much sense. We have calm. We have compassionate, non-judgmental, seeker. Harry Potter could be symbolic. That just came to mind when I heard seeker. We have dancer, 2 cards about dancing. Interesting. I'm going to save you for later. We have loud. Interesting. Some people are loud. We have a healer. So maybe this is someone who, like, it's not maybe. Whoever this is has been healing. Complex. Practical. Confident. Zen. Introverted. Unpretentious. I don't know what that means. And then we have 0 fucks. So like I said, if this is someone who comes back in and they're being a jerk, no fucks for you. And we have determined on the bottom. So take those as they resonate. And we're just going to get you a surrender card. And then I swear we're done. I swear. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if surrender to toxic people comes out, but so what do you or this person need to surrender so that you can come into union or whatever you want to call it? Surrender your ego, cultivate gratitude, be of service to others, and come from your heart. A big ego can work against you, but humility will further your goals. And please pray for pile 3 because I'm having a hard time talking right now. I can only imagine how pile 3 is going to feel. Whoa. Surrender the idea that you can fix someone. Holy. Yep. All right. So we have surrender to inner peace, cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. Oh my gosh. And I'm going to have to take a break before I do pile 3. Cultivate inner peace on a daily basis. In quiet meditative moments, focus on the stillness within and enjoy this inner refuge. Others will feel your good vibes too, and your life will flow more easily. Surrender your fear of change. The universe is reminding you that you are cared for always, whether you're afraid of change in your job, your health, or a relationship, or if you fear aging or death. Repeat the affirmation, I have faith that all is well. Surrender your belief in scarcity. The universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. Seriously, pray for me. Like, I have to go do another pile after this and I can barely speak. Surrender the idea you can fix someone. It's time for a relationship to shift. It doesn't work to try and fix someone. Truth, you can't fix anyone. All you can do is let them go and they can fix themselves. Each person must be accountable for his or her own healing or their healing. So I'm going to leave it here, my friends. Thank you for your patience. I know this was like a really long one, and I am sending you lots of love and light. As always, thank you for watching this, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Hello, pile 3, and welcome to your reading. I just wanted to first of all say before I even get into this reading that I hit record at 333, which I find a little magical because you're pile 3. Anyway. I'm also hearing the song, and I don't know why I'm hearing this. It's such a weird song to be hearing. But I don't know what song it is. Like so many of the songs I channel, I don't really know what they're called. But I'm hearing, y'all ready for this? Do, 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 do. So like, that's the energy that I'm getting from this pile. Like, are you ready? I just think Spirit's kind of funny. It made me laugh a little that that's the song I'm hearing as I'm starting your reading. So, pile 3, I didn't even say hello. Hello, pile 3, and welcome to your reading. If you chose pile 3 and this ocean jasper, this is going to be your reading about who your future person is and the future of your connection with this person. And there's a few things that Spirit is like, I channel energy in different ways. So I do feel very tired coming into this reading, probably because I just filmed like 4 hours of readings with pile 1 and pile 2. The number 4 could be symbolic for you. But at the end of pile 2, I stopped being able to communicate. Like, my words were not coming out. It was just, again, I had been recording for 4 hours. So I did take a little bit of a break, which included doing the dishes and unclogging a toilet. And again, I think that's symbolic of this pile, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like, maybe there was some sort of blockage here, because, again, I know that's a weird message to give, but the other message I was hearing is there could have been some sort of, like, communication barrier, or maybe communication broke down, because, like I said, at the end of pile 2, my communication just broke right down, and I needed to take a break. And with this pile, I was also feeling the energy of, like, can I keep going? Because these readings take a lot out of me because I do channel a lot of intense energy. So you could have that energy like, can I keep going? I'm going to be honest with you because I don't want to waste your time. I feel like you've put a lot of time and energy into into love itself. So this reading is definitely about reconnection. And just a reminder that I don't control the messages that come out. I don't control what I'm channeling. I open myself up and I allow Spirit to send whatever messages need to come through. So if if you're looking for new love, you might find me frustrating because I channel a lot about reconnections, and that's exactly what this pile is about. And just all of those things, and now I'm having a hard time breathing. So this could be a long journey for you. And I feel like you've had to be patient. I will say if you are in any way called to pile one, there may be a message there for you. I don't usually say that, but this is giving me like similar energy to pile one, and maybe you resonate with this pile more. But if you're kind of not resonating with this pile completely and you were called to pile one, I would suggest checking out pile one. And I think we should just get right into it. I will close my curtain if the sunshine becomes distracting. It's kind of nice how the sun is coming in on your reading. I feel like, you know, spirit. Now I'm hearing like, I'm hearing We Rise Again, which I think is by the Rankins, which I don't know if anybody knows that song. But I'm hearing We Rise Again. So anyway, definitely this connection is a reconnection energy, and you'll know if you resonate or not. Like I said, you may resonate more with pile one. That's up to you, not up to me. But this is meant to be, all of these cards are kind of meant to give me an indication of who this is, what the situation is, what's going to be happening when you come back together. And again, I think it's interesting that I feel like so exhausted. And again, I went downstairs after pile two and I kind of laid on the couch and imitated one of my kids. And I was like rolling around and like, meh, like, I don't know if I can do it. So maybe that, like, you resonate with that energy when it comes to this connection. Like maybe, you know, you're not sure if you can keep going, or you're not sure if you can keep being patient. Because maybe this has taken a while. And again, now I'm hearing that y'all ready for this song. I don't know what that's about. So this is meant to be you, and this is meant to be your person. And if you're resonating like the opposite way, that's okay. Just reverse the images. That's weird. There could be mirroring happening here. The fact that I just said that. Just reverse the messages, because I don't have the energy to talk about, like, I'm just going to make this is you and this is them. That's usually how I do it. You know that. I also was noticing how my plant, like, if you go back to the intro, this plant is like, the leaves are like all out. It is a praying plant. But maybe you've kind of, like, I'm hearing, maybe you've said a little prayer. Now I'm hearing say a little prayer for you or me or whatever the lyrics of that song are. Anyway, the fact that they're all like very down in your reading, I was just getting the energy of like, maybe you've kind of said a little prayer about this and then released it to the universe. And you're allowing, you know, what needs to unfold to unfold. But let's get into it. I also feel a little like I've had too much coffee, which is ridiculous because I recently gave up coffee. I used to be pile three. This used to happen to me when I did pick-a-cards. I used to get like super personal in pile three, and I always used to say, are you part of my soul tribe? I always had the intention of not drinking so much coffee. Like, I'm someone with ADHD and I can drink coffee like, I don't know if there's an example of anybody that drinks coffee. But anyway, I can drink coffee like it's nobody's business. I can drink coffee like I used to drink coffee all day long, like way too much coffee. And recently my desire to drink coffee disappeared. So I haven't actually had any coffee today. So it's weird that I feel like I've had some. So maybe that's symbolic for you. Maybe there's a bit of anxiety, you know? But let's get into your reading. So I'm going to start with, this is meant to give us an idea of the connecting energy and kind of, you know, an idea of what this is about. And then again, this is you and this is them. And then we'll get tarot. And instead of charms, I'm getting these, I have these caricature cards that kind of say who this could be or what their job could be. You can also think about what they look like. Although there's no feminines in this deck, which really bothers me for some reason. Like whenever I use this deck, I'm like, why are there no feminines in this deck? It's all masculines. But again, take what resonates, leave the rest. And then I also have some keyword cards here. So like this one says teacher. This one says restless. Interesting that I was just talking about feeling like kind of an anxious, restless energy. We have unique. I'm not even supposed to be pulling these yet. Anyway, just an example. So instead of charms, I'm getting those at the end of the reading. I feel like this is going to be a long one, just like pile 1 and pile 2. So strap in, folks. Get a coffee or a big drink of water and a snack, and let's do it. So for the first card, we have the empty room. And this card talks about patience. It talks about needing to surrender to patience. And one thing that I'm hearing is you could feel like you're in this empty room all alone, waiting for something that might not ever happen, is what I'm hearing. Like you could feel completely alone when it comes to this connection. And I'm not saying that in the future, when this person, like this is about your future person and when you come together. And I'm not saying that it's going to feel like you're in a room by yourself and like you're alone, because I don't think Spirit would send you someone to make you feel that way. I don't believe that that's, I just, Spirit's saying that this is more about possibly how you're feeling right now. Like you're in this empty room by yourself. And one thing I was hearing, that is strange. One thing I was hearing is that you could be on a healing or like an awakening journey yourself, because it's a lonely journey, especially if you're like a counterpart. And I do channel a lot of counterpart energy. And you may feel like you're alone, but I'm seeing something in this image that I have never noticed before, which is it looks like there's a person right there. And it looks like there's a shadow of a person right here. So I don't think you're actually alone. Whether that's, you know, that those images are like people of your soul tribe. So we're all parts of collectives. So take comfort in knowing that you're not alone, that somewhere in the world, someone is experiencing the same thing you are. You're part of a collective. So that could be like other people in your collective that I'm seeing here. This could be, you know, your person. Your person could, their higher self could be with you in this empty room, but maybe they're not with you in the 3D. Again, this feels like a reconnection, and I'll explain why. So the first card that came out was this one, complicated, confusion, illusions, complex. So it feels like this is a very complicated situation, very complex, hard to understand, hard for other people to understand. And that's what I meant about a lonely journey. For some reason, my solar plexus is like grumbling, and I did eat during my break. So maybe you're struggling with your confidence right now, but it's interesting because there's this reader that I follow, Spiritual Infusion 1111, and last night she was posting memes like I do. She posted a meme, and it was like of this image almost. It was like a chalkboard with this on it. And then there was a person standing in front of it, and it said, trying to understand the twin flame journey. And that, like, it made me laugh, and I didn't like repost it, but I screenshot it and sent it to my friend because I found it funny. And then this card came out for you. So I do think there's a lot, this is a complex situation. And even though you feel like you're in this empty room alone, I think that there's a lot happening. There's a lot going on. And right away, I know I say it all the time, but I'm hearing it's not so black and white. There's like this huge gray area. that's very complex. And then I felt called to get one more. And I want you to keep in mind that this deck has like probably 70, 80 cards in it. And I felt like getting one more because I wanted just some confirmation about this. And then this was the card that came out in that entire deck. And it says return, come back, reconnect, reach out. So this is definitely about a reconnection. This is definitely about like some kind of reunion energy. This is definitely someone you know. And it's definitely been a complicated journey where at times you could have felt like you were completely alone in this empty room. I didn't get 2 of these cards for any other pile, but I felt the need to get you 2 of them. So I want to talk about this empty room. So when in light, spaciousness, potential, possibility. So when you're in, you know, your light energy, you still see potential in this. You still see that there's potential and possibility for something to happen in this connection. And maybe you've left space for that, right? With this empty room. I feel like I'm kind of getting possibly 2 different collectives where for some of you, you could be like hitting your breaking point when it comes to this. And for others, you could be at that point of surrender where you're kind of, again, you've said a prayer, you're leaving it up to spirit. And you're leaving room for this. It's not that this empty room is not about like, it's not about leaving a space for this person and like waiting for them to come back. But it feels like you've left space for whatever needs to happen. And again, in pile 2 at the end, my communication completely broke down and I had to take a break. And I think that's symbolic of this, that something broke down. There needed to be a break. There needed to be distance. There needed to be separation. So the empty room, it does talk about like when in dark, it talks about addiction. So there could have been like codependencies that needed to heal within this connection. And I often talk about how codependency, we think that, you know, codependency just means, oh, we're codependent on something and we attach to it and we need it and we want it. But sometimes, and I'm looking at your person, when someone feels that codependent attachment to something and they're like an avoidant, they shut it out. So this person could have shut you out, or this person could have, you know, walked away from the situation or is completely silent with you, leaving you feeling like you're in this empty room all by yourself. But again, I don't think you're alone. I think that there's other people in the collective that are energetically with you. I feel like you have, you know, possibly spirit guides with you. And I just feel like saying like, I'm with you. I'll sit in that empty room with you. Now it talks about the vortex, the abyss, the nothing. A day of silence is a surefire way to harness the power of the empty room. So it does feel like things have been quiet between you and this person. And I'll just read it so that you can understand this energy. The empty room haunts us all. It is the universal and all too frequent feeling of lack, of wanting, of the craving to fill ourselves with something, anything. We too often attempt to remedy the discomfort of the empty room by any means necessary, leading us to a culture of more. Ironically, the empty room is filled to the brim with potential, yet we perceive it as not enough. This card is a cry for patience, for sitting within the barren walls of not knowing, for awaiting true vision and purpose, for attaching to what we should do next to save our outward appearance. And it's making me think, I'm not sure, I think I posted it this morning or last night, I don't know. But I did this reading where I was talking about how sometimes the hardest thing you can do is sit in that empty room by yourself and sacrifice, like, you know, what am I trying to say here? Sometimes the hardest thing you can do is sit in that empty room alone. And this card talks about like that leading us to a culture of more. We perceive this empty room as not enough. So like, think about it. You perceive the situation, and I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other people. But we perceive this empty room of, well, there's nothing happening, so it must not be for me. I'll just keep moving on. I'll just keep keeping on. I'll just, see if I can find someone else to be with. And it feels like this connection, you needed to sit in that empty room. I don't think that you're someone who, maybe you were at one point, maybe you are struggling with it, but I feel like you're giving into the patience rather than like thinking of, well, maybe there's someone else better out there for me. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should go see if I can find someone else. Maybe I should, do you understand what I'm trying to say? It relates to that reading that I posted last night before I went to bed, and about how a lot of people feel that empty room and they panic and they think, this must just not be for me. I'm just going to go find somebody else to date. And instead of like sitting in that empty room and healing and learning lessons, they just keep moving and they keep coming across the same person in a different body, in a different meat suit, who keeps treating them the same way, when really they're meant to like stop and pause and really focus on themselves and sit in this empty room. Does that make sense? So be with the nothingness, be with the impatience. The empty room has immense powers. Let others wonder what you are doing. If you can settle into the magic of emptiness, you will soon hear its whispers of wisdom. So I do feel like whoever you are, you could be a counterpart. And you could be, I honestly feel like you see potential. You see that there could be a reconnection here. You see the potential of your person. I'm not saying that we can make anything work or come into union by being in love with somebody's potential, because that's not true. But there's something about you kind of settling into this patience and just trusting the journey, and listening to your inner wisdom within this empty room. And again, it's a very lonely journey. I often talk about how I don't talk to anybody in my real world with the exception of my friend Michelle, who I met like on my counterpart journey. I don't talk to anybody about this type of stuff because a lot of people would think we were crazy when really I think they're the crazy ones. So it can be very lonely sitting in this empty room, but it's also very empowering. It also connects you with your higher self, with your spirit guides. So just know you're not actually alone in that room. But again, this card screams of patience. So I do feel like you've had to be patient, and you will have to be patient for this reconnection to happen. I don't think, anything of this magnitude happens overnight. Sometimes I'm really shocked by the words that come out of my mouth when I'm channeling, because I don't usually talk like that in real life. It's interesting. It also talks about like the hungry ghost. So you could feel haunted by this person, is what I'm hearing. I'm also noticing that it's on page 147, which reduces to, the math ain't mathin'. That reduces to 12, right? Yes, 12. And on the back of this deck, we have 12, which I saw when I was shuffling your energy. I saw this card and I thought, if it needs to come out, it'll come out. And it didn't come out, but it ended up on the bottom. Whoa, that's interesting. It ended up on the bottom of the deck it ended up on the bottom of the deck at the end of this reading. So that's Hanged Man energy. That's the energy of surrender. That's the energy of, kind of, it's a quiet energy. It's an energy like, for example, in this connection, you're probably not talking to this person because it's meant to be a time where you have, or you receive new insights, enlightenment, And I just feel like you're surrendering to the patience. You're surrendering to this empty room. And I know it's complicated, but like I said, we have return right here. So this person is set to return. You just have to be patient. And I know that's like, meh. But I don't want to be patient. I want it now, is what I'm hearing. So let's keep going. That's the, like I said, that's the connecting energy. So I'm going to put, whoa, is there a song called My Heart is an Empty Room? I wonder if I have Wi-Fi. I charged my iPad last night, which I haven't charged it in a very long time. I have Wi-Fi. During, I think it was pile 1, I tried to look something up, and yes, there is a song. There is a song called My Heart is an Empty Room. So anyway, I was going to say, I'm just going to put your heart right in here so it's not an empty room. You have your heart with you. And then I got that, isn't that a song? My Heart is an Empty Room. So it is a song, and it's by Death Cab for Cutie, which I used to love them. I'm going to read this to you. Burn it down till the embers smoke on the ground, and start new when your heart is an empty room with walls of the deepest blue. Home's face, how it ages when you're away, and spring blooms and you find a love that's true. But you don't know, whoa, you find a love that's true, but you don't know what to do, what now to do, because the chase is all you know. Holy, the chase. Right? So I feel like whoever you are, you have to surrender to this patience. You have to stop chasing this. Because I can't believe that's the lyrics of this song. Because the chase is all you know, and she stopped running months ago. Whoa. And all you see is where else you could be when you're at home and out on the street, and so many possibilities to not be alone. Oh my gosh, that's exactly what I was talking about. It's so easy nowadays to not be alone because, you know, I know some of you are like, what are you talking about? But like the way I'm looking at it is it's so easy just to go out. Like you can just go online dating and like meet someone. It's much harder to sit in this empty room. It's much harder. It's much harder. And this song talks about that. And so many possibilities not to be alone. Anyway, the flames and smoke climb out of every window and disappeared with everything that you held dear. But you shed not a single tear for the things you didn't need because you knew you were finally free. Because all you see is where else you could be when you're at home. And out on the street are so many possibilities not to be alone. And it just repeats itself. You should listen to that song maybe. That line about the chasing and the running, whoa, blew my mind a little. So, interesting. I think that's interesting. So for your side, we have the Lion, which if you have watched my readings, you probably know this card by now because it comes out a lot. This is the card of patience, of trusting. This is the card of personal and spiritual transformation. It's a card that talks about how you probably don't have many people around you because a lot of people are intimidated by this Lion energy because it is a powerful energy when you are transformed on a personal level or you're transforming on a personal level or a spiritual level. So this person could have been really intimidated by that energy in you, and maybe they started running. I think it's interesting that they said, it specifically said, when the chase is all you know. And then it said, and she stopped running months ago. So I feel like whoever this is, first of all, it could be a she. Doesn't have to be. But there's something in that. They stopped running months ago. So maybe, you know, you think that they're still running, but perhaps they have stopped running. And just because they're not coming back in doesn't mean they're still running. Sometimes when the runner stops running, it takes time for them. That's when the healing begins, when the runner stops running, like on their side, when they stop running from themselves, because all they're doing by running from you is they're just running from themselves. So this person could have stopped running months ago, and maybe that, you know, they're working on their healing right now. In any case, let's keep going. Fire energy, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. One of my favorite cards. I think it's interesting that it came out with, the empty room, which is all about patience, because this says patient. The lion is patient. The epitome of peace and strength. So I do feel like when this comes back around, when you reconnect, you're going to be in this lion energy. You're going to be the epitome of peace and strength. You're going to have surrendered to the patience. You're going to have surrendered to the empty room. The lion is the master of the fire element and the living mascot of self-transformation. A lion personality dedicates their life to personal and spiritual growth. And that's what I mean about that sacrifice. It would be like, I don't actually know if it's easy, but in my mind, it would be a lot easier just to like, nah, I'm not going to grow. There's so many ways to not be alone in this world. I'm just going to go find a way to not be alone, you know? It's much harder to dedicate your life to personal and spiritual growth. And it matters. The people that are dedicating their lives to personal and spiritual growth are, you know, they're changing the vibration of the planet. They're breaking cycles. We are actively, you know, changing our child's lives. Like if you have children, even if you don't, you're uplifting humanity. Even if nobody notices, that's the thing. Like nobody's going to look back at us and be like, wow, you helped uplift humanity. It's almost like little light workers in disguise. Like we're helping uplift humanity, but nobody knows we're doing it. Does that make sense? Anyway, this dedication inspires some and intimidates others. Therefore, the lion is respected by all, but known intimately by a few. Some mistake the lion as hard to access or aloof, but those with a keener eye know better. Lions are observant, stealth, and precise in their words and actions. They do not waste energy or resources. So this definitely feels like the energy of someone who stopped chasing. You know, like if you're just going to run from me, I'm not going to tire myself out chasing after you. I'm just going to be patient and I'm going to focus on me. This card reminds us that self-mastery is available to all, no matter where our quest begins. And that's the truth. Like, I can remember, you know, talking to my mom about healing, and she would say, like, it's too late for me. Like, there's no point. My life has, you know, been like this. My mom had a very traumatic childhood. Not that she will ever talk about it. But like, it reminds me of, you know, when I talk to her about healing, she's like, I'm too old to heal. My life is already over, which is such a sad outlook for me. I understand it. I used to be that way, but it's so sad because this is available to us at any age. And I think that, you know, it doesn't matter what age you are, where you are in your life. It's never too late to transform. It's never too late to change. Anyway. So that's on your side. And then on your person's side, I don't even have to look at the book because I know it so much. But on your person's side, we have the oyster. So that's water energy. Aries, no. That is Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. Maybe you're dealing with an Aries, Leo, Sagittarius because that's what I said. But it's water energy. I almost said Aries, Leo, Sagittarius again. So you could be dealing with an Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius or a water sign. But the oyster shows that this person is transforming. And think about that song. She stopped running months ago. So I feel like this person stopped running months ago whenever you're finding this reading. And maybe it's because you detached or you are like, you know, so focused on your own spiritual and personal growth. and you've kind of given into this empty room, given into the patience, it's allowed this person to transform. Because what we see here is something beautiful is happening with this person. And I'm almost feeling like this could be right now. I am just going to pause it because now that light is bugging me. So what this is showing me is when this person comes in, you're going to see something beautiful. You're going to see a pearl. And a pearl is formed through irritation and grit, I think it's called. I think that's what the book says about the oyster. So this person, like, they're definitely working or have been working on something here. That pearl is forming. And this oyster card talks about when they feel weak, they close themselves off. They run away. They avoid. But again, the main thing that I'm seeing here is that there's, like, look at this light. There's an illumination happening. You could be dealing with a Virgo, because this card also always gives me Virgo energy, because you can't actually see the illumination that's happening. You just get a sense of it. Oh my gosh, froggy in my throat. Releasing, cleansing, healing. What was on the bottom of the deck? I could have sworn I saw the frog when I was shuffling. On the bottom of the deck, we have death and rebirth, hanged man energy again. This is also someone who underestimated their own potential. Like, maybe this is someone who didn't think they could heal. Maybe this is someone who, you know, didn't think they could do this, but they're doing it. I'm hearing they're doing it. So I do feel like when this person comes in, they're going to have this beautiful transformation to show you. And again, I can't stop thinking about the line in that song. She stopped running months ago. That could also be you, because it talked about when the chase is all you've ever known. She stopped running months ago. So for some of you, you could have stopped, like, if you think about chasing, I think about someone running after something, right? So it could have been that you stopped running months ago, and it allowed this beautiful transformation to happen. But again, I feel like this person is going to show you what they've been transforming, especially with that back card on the bottom. Let me just look at the oyster. Feels blessed, generous, masterful. So I feel like this is someone who's going to be very generous with their time and energy. I'm also seeing with this return card, it's like reciprocal energy here. You give, I give. And I have to mention on the bottom of one of these other decks that I haven't shown you the cards yet, we had appreciation. So this is going to be someone who has some sort of offering for you, who's going to, you know, tell you how much they appreciate whatever you taught them. Maybe they even appreciate the fact that you've held space for them. You've kept a seat for them in that empty room. But when in dark, reluctant, gripping, clams up. So this card also talks about what have you been hesitant to share. So when this person comes in, just keep in mind that whatever they're coming in with, they've been hesitating sharing it with you. They've been hesitating showing it to you, probably because they've been working on it and they want it to be, you know, I'm hearing they want it to be good enough. That could have something to do with like an offer. They want to be able to offer you something substantial, or they want to be able to offer you like a certain amount of healing, if that makes sense. They can become shy or doubtful, and that can lead to them withdrawing. So for some of you, this person could have become like very doubtful of this connection and withdrew their energy, leaving you alone in this empty room, right? I think I'm going to have to go listen to that song after this reading. That's kind of magical that that happened. So I'm going to get this card next. So on your side, we have Blossom, which is beautiful because this is judgment energy, and that is the energy of renewal. So just know that if you release this person, you know, it's leading to this resurrection. It's leading to this renewal. I also feel like you're someone who's super self-aware. Like there's a lot of fire energy on your side. There's a lot of growth with this vine here. There's a lot of growth, personal evolution, like just like the lion, personal transformation, spiritual evolution. Judgment is the energy of like being very self-aware, doing a lot of work on self, which again, maybe you had to release this person and sit in that empty room so that you could go through that energy or realize what you needed to self-reflect on. I know self-reflection is kind of hermit energy. It's also an energy of, you're going to have your judgment day. You've worked hard on this. You'll have your judgment day is what I'm hearing. So again, when you and this person come back together, it looks like you, my friend, are very transformed and like have been through a lot of spiritual growth. Blossom is also an awakening. So think about it. Maybe you needed to sit in this empty room alone so that you could properly awaken to your spiritual gifts. I'm going to be honest. I feel like whenever I needed to upgrade my spiritual gifts or awaken, it was like Archangel Michael just put a wedge in between me and my counterpart. Because in those separations, I evolved, I grew, I changed. I really resonate with that. I really resonate with that judgment energy there. So this separation could have been so that you could awaken to your own power. Yeah, it talks about self-evaluation, awakening, renewal, purpose, reflection. You have a clearer idea of what you need to change and how you need to be true to yourself and your needs. Yes. So maybe this person wasn't giving you what you needed, but you continued to chase them because the chase, think about that song, the chase is all you've ever known. So even though it wasn't giving you what you wanted, you continued to chase it. And I feel like now you have a clearer idea of what you want and what you need. And I feel like this person is preparing to come in and offer you that. It also talks about a renewal of love and making adjustments in a relationship. And I feel like there's something about you that you needed to empower yourself when it came to this situation. However, that's resonating with you. On your person's side, we have healing begins, and I believe this is Six of Swords. I believe, yes, blue is swords. So at first I thought it was Six of Cups, which would also make sense, but this is Six of Swords. So this is showing me this is your person's energy when they come back in, and how perfect is it that there's this curtain and they're like, hello, are you still in this empty room? I also think that it's beautiful with this oyster card because it does show that the healing has begun. And I want to explain something to you. I've heard, and don't quote me word for word on this because my guides are just giving me this message that I heard somewhere from some counterpart person. But on the counterpart journey, the first chakras to be activated within the feminine are the crown, the third eye, the throat, and the heart. So the top chakras activate in the feminine, and the masculine has to start from the ground up. So they have to start at the base of the chakras, which is the root chakra. And I think it's very interesting that this card has this healing orb at the bottom. And that's what I was hearing. Their healing has to start from the ground up. So it's another, indication for me that you could be a counterpart here because, again, the masculine's awakening starts in the root and they work their way up the chakras. The feminine begins in the upper chakras and works their way down, which makes sense because the feminine is the first one to their intuition tells them that there's something about this connection. Their heart awakens to this connection. They want to speak to this person. Their throat chakra activates. And then the lessons of confidence and stability and those things come last for the feminine. Or do you follow me? So this is a very good sign. And I do feel like this person had to begin the healing process before they were like allowed to come back towards you, because I'm also feeling a certain level of protection here. This is definitely a complicated situation. You know, a muggle stumbling upon this reading would be like, what are you talking about? But I know my people know what I'm talking about. So Six of Swords energy is about also reconnection. And that's what we're seeing with this veil, is like this person wanting to reconnect with you. Again, it's almost like they're opening the curtain of the, like, to this empty room. Like, are you still in here? What else was I hearing? What else was I hearing with this? Something about seeing through the veil. So the problem, the thing about muggles is that they're behind that veil, and the veil is like outlimiting, like outdated beliefs, programmed thinking, limited beliefs, if I'm making sense. And that's when I'm always talking about seeing through the veil, that's what I'm talking about. And there's so many people out there that can't see through that veil, and it's not their fault. That's what they've been programmed to be. But it looks like your person is finally seeing through that veil with this card. Beautiful. Healing begins. And it's definitely an indication that healing, like, this is about when you come together. This is about your future person and when you come back together. So again, I'm hearing the message that this person wouldn't be coming back if they hadn't begun healing. Because in another deck I have, there's a card about coming back together after you've both healed. And again, the feminine is usually way more healed than the masculine twin. But there's a point where you come back together to see if you can continue healing together. Because you're not meant to heal everything all alone. Eventually, you need to come back together to continue healing. But I think a certain level of healing needs to begin before that happens on both sides. It's not like you can do all the healing and then this person can come back completely unhealed and just ride your coattails. That's not how it works. They need to have been through some level of healing, which again, this card is showing that this person has. So that's beautiful. We have a bit of air energy. Air, you know, makes me think of communication as well. Whoops. Let's keep going with you. So for your side, we have woman holding a heart, which your heart is an empty room. Like, the synchronicities are insane in this reading. And I do feel like you are someone who still holds a space for this person. I do feel like, you know, maybe I'm just looking at this person, like their gaze is over here, but they're still holding this heart. So even though you're focused on other things, even though you have other things going on, even though you're probably in separation with this person, I do still feel like I'm hearing this person still has a piece of your heart. And I'm also noticing in this card, there's like little indentations on this heart, like little heart-shaped indentations, almost like a cookie cutter took little pieces of the heart. So I do feel like this person still holds a piece of your heart, and has left a mark on your heart that you couldn't just go out and recreate, if that makes sense. And I feel like your patience will pay off here. Again, this reading sounds a little nutty to a muggle, but not to us magical folk. Do I want to look at that book? I haven't looked at that book for any of the cards. Let me just see what this says. Love, emotions. So this is very important, because this is supposed to be kind of the energy you're in when this reconnection happens, because this is about a reconnection. That's why I'm saying it. But this says, a reflection of your own state of peaceful emotion and receptivity for love. It's also a message that any issues here will resolve. So that's actually really good. But it's showing you in the energy of being open to whatever happens. ready to receive this love, you know, when it comes in. Beautiful, very beautiful. Oh my gosh, it also says, listen to this. This card upright could also indicate the presence of a female friend, teacher, or confidant who's here to help you with the issues of love. And here you are listening to me. That's beautiful. So that's nice. I like that. So again, the more you embody that energy of patience and releasing the outcome and no longer chasing, the better energy you are in to receive this. This card also talks about a new friend. So for some of you, maybe you make a new friend on this journey, or a new friend enters your life before this reconnection happens, which I highly recommend it if you can get your hands on a friend that believes in the same thing as you. For me, you know, it originally started like my friend Michelle was someone who was in my comment section, and I did a personal reading for her. So if you have any self-limiting beliefs about finding friends, maybe release those self-limiting beliefs, for example. So for your person's side, we have 5th chakra Archangel Gabriel, and I'm almost certain that Archangel Gabriel is connected to healing, assists in healing. And you're already here, so I'm going to look it up. Archangel Gabriel. What does Archangel Gabriel do? That is a really religious, that's really religious. Let me keep looking. Not that I have anything against religion. Archangel Gabriel acts as an intermediary, whatever that word is, between the divine. It's also about, it talks about communication. Herald of visions. So this person could be having like downloads about you or visions about you. It talks about like, really there's a lot about a messenger of God, which again, I don't really make my readings very religious because I'm not someone who was like raised religious. I'm spiritual. But I also don't like count out anybody's beliefs because I don't believe in that either. So I was immediately hearing healing. This person is assisting your person in healing, but you can see it on here. This is the throat chakra. So there's something about communication. So this person is being guided to communicate with you, to reach back out to you in the future when their healing journey is, you know, when they've started their healing journey and they have some, I'm hearing some healing under their belt, if that makes sense, which is lovely. I might as well look in the book for that one too, just to see if anything jumps out at me. Speaking your truth. So this person will be speaking their truth, and very beautiful. This card is on page 123, which talks about your person being in alignment. So when they're in the proper alignment, they will open that curtain and return and communicate with you and show you what they've been working on. And that's what really like drives me nuts about people who say, if they wanted to, they would just talk to me, because it's not accurate. I know I keep saying that, but it's just not accurate. That's not accurate. That is that veil. That's why they feel that way, because of that veil, because they're blinded by that veil. They can't see past that veil. So this archangel comes acknowledging your power to communicate and your readiness to do so, both with yourself, like being honest with yourself and others. So there's definitely here something here about your person, you know, being honest with themselves and then being honest with you. And again, I feel like there's this like beautiful imagery here where your energy is kind of like You know, you're focused on other things. You're focused on self-reflection. You're going through an awakening. Yet, it's almost like you're leaving space for this person. You may have had trouble expressing emotions in the past, but Archangel Gabriel is here to tell you that your soul longs to take this leap now. And that's another thing. People who have a hard time expressing emotions clam up like this oyster. They go silent. They run away. Trust me, I've been there. I've done it. It also indicates that communication is coming. So communication from this person, that's how this is going to like re-enter your life. And again, that sounds so obvious, but it's going to come from communication from this person, not from you chasing when the chase is all you've ever known, not from you chasing, but from you not chasing. You stop running, you stop chasing. And this person opens the line of communication when they come back. So that is beautiful. I love that. Now, I think this was yours. We have To the Sea. And this one, like, look, we have another image of this person alone in a boat. Like, you're all alone in there. It's a lonely journey. And this is a card about just releasing it to spirit, to just like let things unfold naturally. Don't force it. Don't try and dictate where this boat is going. Trust that you're being guided. Whatever your journey is, chariot energy, whatever direction you're moving in, just trust where this little boat is taking you. And I'm hearing for some of you, you could have listened to that reading that I did where I spoke about visualizing either you being in a boat and like sailing away from this person, rather than cord cutting, visualizing like sailing away from them, or them being in the boat and you kind of visualizing them sailing away from you. It's about releasing it. So it feels like this comes in when you are like focused on your own journey and you've released the outcome completely, which I know can be very hard to do. And that's why I think like the support of like-minded souls, I think that's when that really matters. And again, even if you don't have any friends that believe in this, remember this empty room, I can see people here. So just know that you're not alone, that there's other people trying to do this too. We're all alone in our own little boats. We'll just wave at each other when we pass each other by, okay? Pile 3 is always interesting to me. It almost feels a little like, I feel very at home in pile 3, and it's nothing against pile 1 or 2. It's nothing against pile 1 or 2. But for some reason, whenever I'm in pile 3, I'm like more relaxed. I don't know what that is. So To the Sea, being in flow, returning to source, which look at this person focusing, like returning to source in that Judgment card. Recognizing how pieces fit together, a natural pattern of events. And this one talks about, so this is saying you're gonna feel like you're in flow when this happens. You're not gonna be feeling like chasing. You're not gonna be like hyper focused on it. You're gonna feel like you're in flow in your own life. And that's something that I've heard about when union is coming, is you feel this kind of like sense of flow. You feel at one with yourself. You feel relaxed. You're no longer, stressing about it. There are points in a relationship when you have to decide to go with the flow rather than dictate the course you share with another. Can you let go of the need to have things your way and let the relationship itself to steer the ship? Can you transcend your personalities and allow partnership to form its own identity, its own energy? Now is the time to relax and see where this mutual journey leads. So just remember, when this communication comes in, it's probably going to trigger some of those old wounds that you had, some of that chasing, and Spirit's saying, when this communication comes in, when this return happens, you've been in that empty room so long, you're going to be super excited that your person is there with you. But Spirit's saying, don't lose Don't lose yourself in that reconnection. And it's very important to just allow things to unfold naturally and to not dictate how it's going to happen. Does that make sense? That's a very important message, to just let the relationship itself steer the ship. Allow the partnership to form its own identity, its own energy. Relax and see where this reconnection leads. So don't overthink it, is what Spirit's saying. Because you've worked hard on this. You've worked very hard. And oh my gosh, I forgot about this. Oh my gosh, that is... Spirit, you're funny. I completely forgot. That's the card that came out for your person. So we have message in a bottle. So there's something very clear here that right before your person comes in, they're going to be getting a lot of signs and synchronicities from Spirit. And it's proven with this, like, proven, you know what I mean? It's really confirmed with this Archangel Gabriel card and what I was looking up, because this Archangel card talks about being a messenger of divinity. So this person is going to be like getting divine messages. And I'm sure you know how that feels. For whoever you are, I feel like you have gotten a lot of signs and synchronicities and messages from God or Spirit or whoever you believe in, your higher self, about this connection. And this is, again, this is another confirmation that when this is ready to, when this reconnection is ready, it'll be this person who's reaching out to you, not the other way around. So message in a bottle. So right before this person comes in, they're going to be very guided by the universe to take action towards you. They're going to be like bombarded with signs and synchronicities about you, is what I'm hearing. And it, again, this card talks about communication is coming. Excuse me, I'm burping a little. Confirmation. So if you don't know, you'll sometimes hear readers say that when they have that energy of like burping, it's a release of energy, and it's like confirmation for them that what they're channeling is correct. I don't usually announce that though. Like I just usually just try and hide that it's happening to me. But so this card says you're like, there's incoming communication coming towards you, and you are the intended receiver of this message, and only good will follow, is what I'm hearing. I'll confirm that. Let's confirm it. Communication. Pointing your way to the highest good. That's definitely your person is being guided towards their highest good. You can expect someone to favor you with positive news. You are the intended receiver of this message, so stay open to what you learn. Only good will come of it in the end. The signs are all there. So I feel like when this is about to come in, you're going to be seeing a lot of signs and synchronicities about your person, that communication is coming, you know. I've done a few readings where I'm like, this is going to find you right before communication happens. And I feel like it'll be one of those readings that pops up for you, even if you've already watched it. Whenever I have a reading pop up that I have already watched, but it's popping up again under suggested, I'm like, I think there's a message in there for me. I'm going to listen to that. So let's get some tarot to confirm all of this. Oh, we have the Emperor on the bottom. And the Queen of Pentacles, like, look at that. That's you over there. Like, seriously. So this person will be making the move. We have divine masculine energy with the Emperor. That's also about taking action. Look, see? Do you see? We have communication right away. First cut, 8 of Wands. I often wonder what my children think that I'm doing up here. Like, they know that I'm doing tarot readings. But like, maybe I feel like sometimes they wonder, like, why is she yelling up there? Like, do you see? Do you see? We have the 6 of Wands in reverse. Very interesting. So in the past, you could have felt very unloved and very unseen and neglected by this person. This person could have also been 6 of Wands in reverse. They could have been lacking the confidence to come towards you. We have the Four of Pentacles. There it is, the insecurity, like too insecure to come in, feeling like they don't have enough to offer you. Four of Pentacles is also an energy of someone that you feel like you just can't let go. And again, muggles don't understand that. They just don't get it. They don't get it. Sometimes we don't even get it. Let's be honest. Sometimes we're like, why? Why, spirit? Why? Oh my gosh, we have the Four of Wands union. Anyway, I'm also thinking of that empty room. The fact that if you think about a room, similar to a house, it has four corners, like the Four of Wands. All right, so let's see. This will be... It's funny. It's readings like this where I'm the most comfortable because I know exactly what to ask spirit because they're just, I don't know why, but we have the Fool. So new beginning, someone taking a leap of faith towards you. So just trust in that new beginning. Beautiful. And we have the Magician. You've been manifesting this, haven't you? And then we have reconciliation. So making amends. Freaking magical. Pile 3, you are magic. So let's see who your future person is, although I already know. This person could be at a distance from you. Doesn't have to be. Look, 10 of Cups. So someone you feel is your 10 of Cups. Music could be very symbolic. 10 of Cups, like, I'm just thinking about the shadow of this. A connection where union couldn't happen until inner healing was, not achieved, because I don't think we're ever done healing. But inner work needed to happen in order for the two of you to come together in union. And I think it's interesting that these two children are playing here because it is, like, to me, an indication of, like, healing the inner child. But anyway, so who is this? This could be someone you have children with for some of you. The World. So someone that you either, like, you could have met them online, or they could be at a distance from you, or there could be an emotional distance right now. But, I feel like you've healed cycles because of this person. You've transformed because of this connection. And look, Ace of Wands, like someone who activated your third eye is what I'm hearing. Someone who woke you up, even if they weren't awake themselves. That's kind of what happened to me. I was not awake. I started healing. And then I met my counterpart who was not, like, I would say they were awake either. And all of a sudden I started going through this crazy spiritual awakening and dark night of the soul. And it's not like, that's what I try and tell people about when I'm saying they could have activated you. I don't mean that they were like, oh, do you know what, like, spirituality is? Look at my crystals. Here's tarot. I don't mean activated you in that sense, but just coming into contact with them activated you, which is what happens in a twin flame connection. But also, who is this? Someone who's completed some sort of cycle and is getting ready to take action towards you. I feel like whoever this is, they're now waking up, right? They're now feeling this connection with you, however that's resonating. Let's get one more for who this is. I don't know why. I didn't do that for any other pile. Who is this? Who is this, spirit? I didn't get a, oh my gosh. Look at this. I didn't get another card for anyone else for this question, but for you, I wanted more. So we have the Magician and the Fool. So who is this? This is someone you've been manifesting. Someone you, like, again, someone where I feel like you've surrendered and you've kind of trusted in the universe. You've surrendered to this empty room. And you've been manifesting this. And look, we have 4 of Wands and we have the 8 of Wands that also wanted to come out with this. So someone who's going to be communicating with you, someone who's been through rapid change and rapid growth in the, like, recently. Again, she stopped she stopped running months ago. I'm going to go take a really long nap after this reading. I'm not going to lie. And yeah, 4 of Wands on the bottom for who this is. So someone you see Someone you see, you know, as the 1111. Remember I talked about the four corners. The Page of Cups can also talk about someone who kind of inspired you on some sort of spiritual learning. So again, I'm not saying this person had a book about spirituality and was like, look, come learn with me. That's not what I'm saying. But because of this connection, because of this person, you could have started diving into spirituality. Maybe that's how you found me. Hello. So what do I want to ask next? I want to see what energy this person is in when they come towards you. So what energy is this person in when they come towards you? We have the Nine of Wands, which is like someone who has determination. Whoa. Someone who has determination to, you know, this is like the final push. This is like, let's do this. And remember I was hearing, y'all ready for this? So it is the energy of someone who has been improving self. Like the Nine of Wands can be about self-improvement. They could be a little guarded. Just keep that in mind, because you are dealing with someone who it looks like, you know, they've started healing, but you're dealing with this oyster energy. So remember, when they feel weak, guard goes up. So just keep that in mind. And I think that's why your message is to allow things to unfold naturally, to don't pressure it. Because it almost feels like if there's any type of pressure, this person's walls could go up. Does that make sense? I also feel like this person could be respecting your boundaries. Like if you put boundaries in place, there's something about you, them respecting your boundaries. We also have the Empress on the bottom. So this person will be in more of like a compassionate energy. And maybe that's not something that you've ever seen in them. But the main thing that I'm hearing is self-improvement. Let's get one more for that. It's interesting how I keep asking for additional cards for you, pile 3. Let's get one more for that. What energy will this person be in when they come in? We have the Four of Pentacles. So look, there's a little bit of guardedness here. You can see it. So just keep that in mind. And that's why we're asking these questions, because when this person comes back in, you might be like, oh my gosh, like, come into the room. Let's make love or whatever. I don't know. But Spirit's saying, keep in mind, this person is going to be a little guarded because they're still opening up. Remember this card. It talks about learning how to be more vulnerable with your voice and learning how to open up to people. So just keep in mind that when your person comes in with this communication, they're going to have their guard up. And that it doesn't have to mean anything bad. That's not bad. It just means it's an extra confirmation to just let it unfold naturally. Don't push them, okay? And we have Ace of Pentacles on the bottom. So they are wanting to offer you something stable, but they have their guard up a little, which makes sense. Which makes sense to me. So let's see. I want to see what energy you're going to be in when they approach you. What energy will you be in when they approach you? All the way down to the floor they go. We have the Page of Cups. So Page of Cups is about new perspectives. So, whoa, Ace of Swords, clarity. So again, you're going to be in this very like clear, how else do I say it? You're going to have a clear mindset here when this person comes in. You're going to have, like, you're going to be in the energy where maybe you've recently had some sort of realization about yourself, you know? What else can I say about that? It's just like a very clear mind. And that's what I meant about, like, this energy when union is coming. You're no longer overthinking it. You're almost in this very like Zen energy where you're letting things unfold naturally and you're kind of at one with yourself. Again, very clear-minded. So when this person comes in, it won't be when you're overthinking or you're stressing or you're mentally all tied up. Does that make sense? It's going to be when you're mentally clear. I want to get one more for that. I keep getting one more. Whoa, the sun. So you're definitely going to be in the energy of this sun, which is like focusing on your happiness, which makes sense with this person holding the sun, right? You're going to be in a very healing energy, very happy, feeling very fulfilled. And I think that's part of the thing. Like when you have that mentality that nothing else can fulfill you but this person, that only creates blockages. And it's when you're fully fulfilled within your own energy that this comes back in, is what I'm hearing. So lots of clarity too, like very clear thinking. So what do I want to ask now? I've seen their energy, your energy. Let's see how you're going to feel about this person when they come in. How are you going to feel about them? We have the Seven of Pentacles. So listen, there is an energy of like rewards, right? You're going to feel about this person like everything I did was worth it because here they are. Like everything I thought was going to happen, everything my intuition told me I was going to happen, everything that crazy lady Kelly told me was going to happen is happening. I see it manifesting right before my very eyes. Now listen, the other thing you may be feeling about this person when they come in is they may, again, there may be a bit of a wait. And I don't mean wait, like, yes, there may be a bit of a wait for them to communicate in the first place. But just remember this energy right here. They're going to be in this energy where they're holding back a bit. And you're going to feel like, I'm just going to nurture this. I'm just going to see how this unfolds. So again, no rushing, no pushing. Just let it unfold naturally, okay? How does this person feel about you? Whoa, that came out so quick. Whoa. Four of Wands, 10 of Cups. So listen, I just want to... Our perceptions can really sabotage us. And I want to explain this because what I'm seeing is that when the two of you come together, your perception, if you like let your imagination run away with itself, is they're holding back. Maybe they don't love me. Maybe they're not ready for this. Maybe they're not ready for union. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe this, maybe that. Blah, blah, blah. I understand it. When their perception, how they're actually feeling, even though they're holding back, even though they're guarded, they're feeling it's union time. They're feeling like, yes, this is making me happy. 10 of Cups, this is making me happy to be talking to this person again, to be like nurturing this plant. This is making me happy. So just remember, don't let your ego, remember that devil card, don't let your ego run away with you here. Because even though this person is holding back a bit when they come in, their feelings for you are like union, living together, marriage, happiness, feeling free. All right. I want to look at, what do I want to look at? I want to look at, this is different than the other piles. So with the other piles, I was like, you know, what will your strengths be? What will your weaknesses be? And Spirit's already told me what the weakness may be here. So let's look at strengths. What are the strengths? What are the strengths here? What's the positive? Whoa, whoa. Whoa. What are the strengths? Look at this. 8 of Swords, releasing, surrendering to whatever needs to happen happens, which good job. You're following this advice. It's also releasing limiting beliefs. Remember I said, don't let your imagination run away with you. If you look at this image, in her head, she feels trapped. She feels bound. She feels stuck. She's stressing out, right? She's overthinking. All of those limiting beliefs that keep us stuck. And that's why I keep talking about it on my channel, because I'm hoping that one of these days I'm going to get through to those black and white thinking people. But in reality, look at this. Those self-limiting beliefs are not real. They're not real. They're not accurate. So one of your strengths here, it's in reverse, is about releasing those self-limiting beliefs. So I feel like you're going to do it, my friend. I feel like, you know, you're not going to overthink it. And listen, if you are patient, what the What just happened? I'm in shock right now. Is this recording? Because if this is not recording, like, oh, thank God it's recording. I just looked at the timer at 4444 because I paused it to close the curtain, didn't I? That is the most insane thing I've ever seen. So what are the strengths? I was about to say that you're letting this unfold naturally, that you're allowing things to happen, and that this person will take the lead and step up. And then when I saw that Empress card, oh my gosh. So what this is showing me, if you give this time when they communicate with you after that, reconnection, one of the strengths here is that you're going to remain in divine feminine energy and they're going to remain in divine masculine energy. And the moment you start to embody, just think about it. Again, this will sound crazy to a muggle, but the moment you start to push and try and take control of the situation and you start to embody that masculine energy, it's gonna throw it out of whack. So again, what are your strengths here? Stay in this divine feminine energy, which is that energy of allowing things to unfold naturally. I don't chase, I attract. And let this person step up and take the lead, and they will. What are your strengths here? The fact that you're a freaking divine pairing. Like, I've never, like, what? That was crazy pants. It's moments like that that I'm so happy that I'm recording and there's like proof of it because like now I'm hearing the song Fireflies by Owl City. You would not believe your eyes, because that's what I was just hearing. You would not believe your eyes. Like, you would not believe that if you didn't see it on camera. I am just blown away by that. So remember, those are your strengths here, both of you. Beautiful. Love it. Oh my gosh. And release those self-limiting beliefs, okay? One of the strengths, you've both surrendered to this, is another thing. Whoa, let's look at the outcome. Like, I can't even imagine what will come out for the outcome. I'm almost feeling called to grab a different deck just out of curiosity. Should I? I'm just going to shuffle this to get your energy going through this deck a little bit more. We have Opportunity Beckons. And now I'm getting heart palpitations. We have Balance. So remember, if initially the balance feels a little off, try to remain patient, is what Spirit's saying. And we have Dreams Coming True, Wish Fulfillment. So let me just see, what is the outcome here, Spirit? What is the outcome? Opportunity Beckons. We have Listen, which is High Priestess energy. So an Opportunity Beckons. So just remember to be patient. Be patient. Oh my gosh, we have the Empress energy now. That's the birth of something new. That's new life. Listen, the Empress is a healthy, sensual, committed relationship for the outcome. Just be patient, right? Let's get one with this. Let's see the outcome. I'm also noticing that we have 2, 3, 4 here. What is the outcome? Look, reconciliation. 6 of Pentacles, equal give and take. My friend. My goodness. So that is your outcome. That's crazy. I'm speechless right now. Like, I don't even know what to do with myself right now. Like, what am I supposed to be doing, Spirit? Help me. What? Cards, right. I'm kind of like half wondering. Hang on. I'm just curious. We have Archangel Metatron, which is the crown chakra. Hang on, the cards fell on the floor. So for some reason, Spirit wanted me to get this deck. And there's a reason. Because there is a chance that this could activate, like this all tied up card is showing that this is available to you. Like whatever's been tied up is coming free. We also have attachment in reverse, which shows that you've released your attachment to this. Just be careful that it doesn't trigger that attachment again in you, because that's something that often happens when, you know, two counterparts come back together. If, like, really be aware if it's triggering your chasing energy. And if it is, as long as you're aware of it, I hear a pheasant outside. As long as you're aware of it, you can prevent it from, like, sabotaging. Does that make sense? I'm hearing all kinds of weird noises right now. I just want to look at this. Yes! Yes! Sorry, I was wondering what Spirit wanted me to get this card. Listen. This card reversed is a wonderful indication that an old negative pattern or desperate attitude is being released. Do you see? I love this for you. I love it. The universe wants to congratulate you on your healthy new approach. But make sure to support the changes you're making in your ongoing choices. So as long as you're aware of what that attachment feels like, you can stop it from happening again. Does that make sense? Some patterns may be deeply encoded, and you may need to continue releasing the old habits, all while honoring the new decisions in your thoughts, actions, and interactions with others. You've broken the chains, and now you can walk away from oh my gosh, I can't even speak. You can walk away from the limiting attachments into a bright and unlimited future. Did you just hear my kid yell when I said that? It was like he was cheering you on. I love it. And then what is this? So this card tells you that the ties that bind are about to break loose. A previously stuck situation is opening up and restrictions are clearing out. It's also an indication that you can break free from habits and patterns that have kept you tied up for so long. Get ready to free yourself. And remember I said, y'all ready for this? I love it. I love it for you. Love it. I'm kind of happy that this is the last reading I'm doing, because I don't know if I could take this energy into the other piles. Third chakra, Archangel Shamuel. Is that how you say it? Emotions of desire, life force energy, the power. You got so many extra cards. If you're coming from pile 1 or 2, it's not that I love pile 3 more. It's just that my guides told me to get extra cards. That's the only reason. This one talks about the solar plexus. And remember I was saying my solar plexus was grumbling and I wasn't hungry. This is a great time to move towards the completion of your desires. Oh my gosh. I love it. I love that. Okay, let's keep going. I got completely distracted by that. So let's see who this is, although you already know who this is. I don't even need to get these cards. Whoa. Friend, civil servant. Again, keep in mind there's no feminines in this deck. There's no, like, look at that. There's no feminines. So for who is this? Oh, is that a mother? We have one feminine card. How nice. Talk about equality or whatever. Nice of them to throw one little lady in there. Engineer, architect of solutions, engineering practice, problem solver, complex systems, technology, friend, keeper of trust, companion, support, sharing joy, chef, culinary, maestro, cooking, culinary artistry, seasoning, proficiency, journalist, chronicle of stories, reporting, interview, inquiry, promotion, civil servant, guardian of the public good, public official, administrative duty, public administration, hunter, stalker of prey, aim, strategy, pursuit, survival. Now my communication is breaking down again. Magician, channeler of power, potential, magic, illusion, manifestation. Captain, navigator of destiny, voyage, leadership, decision. You have a lot. Decision-making, objective, young. So this person could be younger than you, or you could be younger. Vitality, innovation, potential, growth. Mother, the one, like, that's the one feminine card that I've seen, which is also Empress energy. What is wrong with that baby? Like, I'm sorry, but that's not a real baby, folks. That is not a real baby. I've never seen a baby that small. Unless it's like premature. Selfless love, nurturer, source of life, maternal patience, comforter, driver, navigation of journeys, steering, safe passage, welcome. Do you know what I just heard? The feminine leads the way. I just heard that. Lost soul, which I'm going to be honest. A lot of people who are counterparts are lost souls. Seeker of clarity, wanderer, confusion, defeat, struggle, yeah. Gambler, risk taker of fate, speculation, addiction, debt, fortune. Stranger, so this person you could have met by chance, like you could have had a chance encounter with this stranger card. King, sovereign of realms, monarch, authority, rule, inheritance. Singer, resonance, moving hearts, harmony, emotion. Whoa, I did not know this card existed. Wow. Another feminine. Wow. Harmony, emotion, performance. And you have the lover, which I've never even seen that card. Love, romance, reproduction, infinity. I know this has been a long reading. Thank you for your patience, my little lion. Thank you for your patience. This is good practice for your journey. All right. I know it's a lot, but it's only one word on each card, so we'll go through them quick. Nature lover. Nice. We have nature lover, healer, confidant, clever, psychic, laughter, neutral, morals, quiet, simple, my kind of people. Quiet and simple, stylish, connected, dangerous, sweet, boss, animal lover, sassy, trailblazer, practical, introverted, logical, analytical, and seeker. And now I just want to see what you need to surrender. And I'm not even going to clean up this mess tonight because I've been filming all day. Surrender negative thinking. Very important for this one. Please surrender and banish those negative thoughts. Surrender to trust. So there's a lot here about surrendering, like those limiting beliefs that I talk about. Surrender to divine timing. Oh my gosh, I have never seen this card. Sometimes divine timing may differ from your ego's timing. If a goal isn't manifesting fast enough according to your ego, be patient and trust in universal flow. Surrender your attachments to results. The formula for success is to do all you can do to make things happen, then let go of the results. Holding on too tightly to a desired outcome can sabotage it. That is the truth. Surrender to your soul's path. Whoops. Surrender to success. You are ready to experience abundance. Don't look back at previous roadblocks or difficulties. Leap into an exciting new world of possibilities and look at that mirror. Surrender stress. Take a few deep breaths and exhale the tension you've built up in your body. Let the stress go as you come back to your center. Surrender to complete healing. Open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Well, they're already on it, Spirit. Surrender to creativity. Let your imagination store. Oh my gosh. Maybe you need to open up a store. If you've been thinking about opening up a store, this is your sign. Surrender to creativity. Let your imagination soar. Stay open to all creative ideas about how to pursue a dream or solve a problem. So, my friends, I'm going to leave you here. I know that was really long. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for watching this reading. It's interesting because people will, one little final thought from me, is like people will spend like 2.5 hours, 3 hours watching a movie. And I always say, and I found this like on the beginning of my journey, that watching tarot, it's almost like you're watching a movie and you're the main character. Like, and you should be the main character of your own story. So thank you to anybody who watched this very long reading, because I know it was long. And as always, I'm sending you love and light, and I'll be here to keep giving you readings because this is what I love to do. It's not easy. It takes a lot out of me, but I love it so much. And yeah, I'm sending you guys all the love and light in the world. Thank you again, and I will talk to you soon. Bye. Invite me to the wedding. Bye.